Soldiers of Rome, the hour of destiny is upon us. Rise and conquer for the glory of the empire.
There are men who fear death so profoundly that they spend their entire lives trying to murder it first. And Mithridates VI of Pontus was perhaps the most terrifying, brilliant, and ultimately tragic example that history has ever produced. A man who turned his own body into a weapon, who drank arsenic the way ordinary men drink wine, who conquered kingdoms with his left hand while cataloging lethal botanicals with his right, and who, when the moment of his death finally arrived after a lifetime of meticulous preparation, discovered to his absolute horror that he had made himself impossible to kill. If you are watching this and you have never heard that story before, then stay with me, because what we are about to explore together is not simply the biography of one man. It is the biography of an obsession, a kingdom, a pharmacological revolution, and a tragedy so perfectly constructed that it seems less like history and more like the work of a divine playwright with a very dark sense of humor. And if you have heard pieces of this story before, I promise you that what lies ahead will show you dimensions of Mithridates and his world that will completely reframe everything you thought you knew. Before we go any further, if you find yourself gripped by this story, if you feel that pull in the chest that only great history can produce, please hit the like button right now and subscribe to this channel, because we make videos exactly like this one every single week, and you do not want to miss what comes next. And I want to know from you directly, where in the world are you watching this from right now? Drop your city or country in the comments below, because this channel has viewers from every corner of the planet. And I find that genuinely extraordinary. Also tell me in the comments, what historical figure or forgotten empire would you like me to cover next? Your suggestions directly shape this channel, and some of our most popular videos have come from a single comment left by a viewer just like you. Now, let us begin. Long before the name Mithridates echoed across the ancient world, long before any king sat on any throne along the southern shores of the Black Sea, the land that would one day become the Kingdom of Pontus was already ancient. The rugged, forested coastline of what is now northern Turkey, the region the ancients called the Pontic Coast, was home to peoples who had been living, trading, fighting, and dying there since at least the 3rd millennium before the Common Era. These were the Kaskas, fierce tribal mountain people who appear in Hittite records as persistent, infuriating enemies who could never quite be pacified. The Hittites, who built one of the great Bronze Age empires and met Ramesses II at the famous Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BCE, spent centuries trying to subdue the Kaskas in the mountain passes and forested ridges north of their Anatolian heartland, and they never fully succeeded. The Kaskas left no written records of their own. They are known to us entirely through the complaints of the people who tried and failed to conquer them. And there is something fitting about that, something that speaks to a quality of stubborn, defiant survival that would later seem almost genetic in the region after the Hittite Empire collapsed around 1200 BCE in the Great Bronze Age catastrophe that destroyed so many civilizations simultaneously. The Pontic coast passed through the hands of a succession of peoples, the Phrygians, whose legendary King Midas gave his name to a myth of destructive greed, the Lydians, whose King Croesus became synonymous with wealth itself, and various Greek colonial settlements that pushed steadily eastward along the coast, building cities at river mouths and natural harbors, and bringing with them their gods, their wine, their alphabet, and their extraordinary talent for turning raw geography into civilization. By the time the Persians came, sweeping westward under Cyrus the Great in the 6th century BCE, the Pontic coast was already a layered palimpsest of cultures, languages, and memories, and it had already developed that particular quality that would define it for centuries to come. The quality of being strategically important, perpetually contested, and never quite belonging entirely to anyone. That quality would eventually produce a man who embodied it perfectly. Era 1, the Persian shadow and the birth of a dynasty. The story of Mithridates and his kingdom cannot be told without first understanding the Persian world that gave birth to his dynasty. Because the Mithridatid kings, the dynasty that Mithridates VI would one day raise to its absolute zenith, were not Greek kings who happened to rule in Asia. They were, at their roots, Persian nobility of the highest order, descendants of one of the great houses of the Achaemenid Empire. And that Persian identity was not merely a genealogical footnote. It was the very foundation of everything the dynasty believed about itself, about power, about legitimacy, and about the relationship between a king and the gods. The Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great, who conquered the Median Kingdom around 550 BCE, became within a generation the largest empire the ancient world had yet seen. Cyrus took Babylon in 539 BCE. His successors pushed into Egypt, into Central Asia, into the Indus Valley at its height under Darius I and Xerxes I. The Achaemenid Empire stretched from the Aegean Sea in the west to modern-day Pakistan in the east, encompassing dozens of distinct peoples, languages, and religious traditions under a single administrative framework that was, for its time, a genuine marvel of political engineering. Within this vast Persian world, certain noble families held privileged positions as satraps, governors of the empire's many provinces. And among these families was a house that traced its lineage directly to one of the 7 Persian nobles who had helped Darius I seize the throne in 522 BCE. This family, which would eventually produce the kings of Pontus, bore the name Mithridates, a name derived from the Persian god Mithra, the god of contracts, light, and the rising sun, and the suffix data, meaning given by. To be called Mithridates was to be, in the very etymology of one's name, a gift of the divine light. The first man of this line to establish something resembling an independent power in the Pontic region was Mithridates I of Schis, who ruled the city of Schis on the Propontis in the early 4th century BCE, and who navigated the complex politics of the Persian imperial court with sufficient skill to maintain his family's position, even as the empire around him began its long, slow crumble under pressure from the West. The rise of this dynasty to genuine independence came not through conquest, but through collapse. Specifically, the collapse of the Persian Empire under the sledgehammer blows of Alexander the Great of Macedon, who crossed into Asia in 334 BCE and spent the next 11 years dismantling the greatest empire the world had ever seen. Alexander defeated Darius III at the Battle of Issus in 333 BCE, and at Gaugamela in 331 BCE. And by 330 BCE, the Achaemenid dynasty that had ruled for over 2 centuries was finished as a political force. But the Persian cultural world did not vanish with the dynasty. The noble families survived, the administrative traditions survived, the religious practices survived, and somewhere in the mountains and forests along the Black Sea coast, a man named Mithridates, the second of that name in this lineage, watched the Macedonian conquest with calculating eyes and saw not catastrophe, but opportunity, while Alexander's generals, the Diadochi, tore each other apart in the wars of succession that followed Alexander's death in 323 BCE. This Mithridates of Schis carved out a small but defensible territory in the Pontic Mountains. He refused to commit to any of the warring factions with enough permanence to be destroyed when they lost. And he managed to survive the chaos of the early Hellenistic period that destroyed so many other minor potentates. He was captured and nearly executed by Antigonus, one of Alexander's most powerful successors, but escaped through a combination of cunning and luck that his descendants would later celebrate as proof of divine protection. He died around 302 BCE, having established what would become the Kingdom of Pontus, though the title of king would only be formally claimed by his successors. He was the seed of something extraordinary, and he could not have known it. But the ground he had prepared in the mountain kingdom above the Black Sea would eventually nourish one of antiquity's most remarkable stories. The irony of the entire Mithridatid dynasty is that it would spend 3 centuries positioning itself as a defender of Persian tradition against Greek cultural imperialism, even as it absorbed Greek language, Greek philosophy, Greek art, and Greek administrative methods so thoroughly that its greatest king would eventually correspond in Greek, philosophize in Greek, and dream, perhaps, in Greek, a man who was simultaneously the last great defender of Persian royal tradition and one of the most thoroughly Hellenized monarchs of the ancient world, a walking contradiction, who somehow never seemed to notice the contradiction at all. The peak achievement of this early era belongs not to the founder, but to Mithridates III, who ruled from approximately 220 to 190 BCE, and who transformed the small mountain satrapy into a genuine regional power through a combination of strategic marriage alliances and careful expansion along the Black Sea coast. Under Mithridates III, the kingdom developed its first real administrative infrastructure, tax collection systems, road networks through the mountain passes, a small but professional standing army, and it began to project the cultural image that would define the dynasty for the next 2 centuries. Mithridates III presented himself simultaneously as a Persian monarch in the ancient tradition, performing the Zoroastrian fire rituals and maintaining the Persian court ceremonials that connected him to the Achaemenid heritage, and as a Hellenistic ruler in the style of Alexander's successors, founding Greek-style cities, patronizing Greek artisans and philosophers, and presenting himself on his coins in the Greek portrait style with the diadem of a Hellenistic king. This double identity was not confused or contradictory. It was deliberate, sophisticated, and remarkably effective. It allowed the Mithridatid dynasty to appeal to the Persian nobility and the Iranian population of eastern Anatolia as authentic heirs of the Persian tradition, while simultaneously presenting themselves to the Greek cities of the Pontic coast as legitimate Hellenistic monarchs worthy of respect and alliance. It was a political masterpiece of cultural flexibility, and it created the ideological foundation on which Mithridates VI would later build his extraordinary anti-Roman coalition. The idea that the Kingdom of Pontus stood for something beyond mere territorial ambition, that it represented a genuine alternative to the Roman cultural and military dominance that was, by the 2nd century BCE, beginning to cast its shadow across the entire eastern Mediterranean world. Then the machinery of Hellenistic politics began to grind. The Kingdom of Pontus prospered quietly through the 2nd century BCE, while the great powers around it, the Seleucid Empire to the east, the Kingdom of Pergamon to the west, and increasingly the Roman Republic to the far west, competed, contracted, and consumed each other. Mithridates V, who ruled from approximately 150 to 120 BCE, was a skilled diplomat who expanded Pontic power through alliance with Rome itself, sending troops to support the Roman campaign against Carthage in the Third Punic War of 149 to 146 BCE. This alliance with Rome brought the kingdom gifts of territory and prestige, but it also brought something more dangerous: intimate knowledge of Rome's methods, Rome's ambitions, and the peculiar Roman talent for turning today's ally into tomorrow's province. Mithridates V acquired Phrygia as a gift from Rome for his assistance, then watched as Rome abruptly revoked the gift and absorbed Phrygia directly. It was a lesson in Roman reliability that the Kingdom of Pontus would not soon forget. Mithridates V died in 120 BCE, assassinated at a banquet poisoned, most likely by members of his own court, possibly including his own wife, Laodice. The shock of his death left the kingdom in a dangerous interregnum, with two very young children as heirs, an ambitious regent mother who seemed more interested in consolidating her own power than in preparing her son for kingship, and a circle of court nobles circling like wolves around the succession. The younger of the two children, a boy of perhaps 7 or 8 years old, bore his father's name. He was Mithridates, the 6th of that name in his dynasty, and the first thing the world tried to do to him was kill him. With the death of Mithridates VI, the stage cleared not for a peaceful succession, but for a decade of paranoia, palace intrigue, and the slow forging of the most extraordinary monarch the Pontic kingdom would ever produce. The boy who would one day make Rome tremble spent his childhood learning, above all else, to survive. The biographical tradition surrounding the childhood and youth of Mithridates VI is one of the most extraordinary in all of ancient history, and it is also one of the most difficult to disentangle from later legend, because Mithridates himself was a brilliant self-mythologizer who understood the power of a compelling origin story and worked hard throughout his life to shape the narrative of his own early years into something suitably dramatic. What we can say with reasonable confidence is this: after his father's assassination in 120 BCE, the young Mithridates found himself in genuine physical danger. His mother Laodice, serving as regent, appeared to favor his younger brother for the succession, and may have been complicit in plots against the older boy's life. The ancient sources, writing generations later, but drawing on traditions that preserve at least the emotional truth of the period, describe a young Mithridates who endured repeated assassination attempts, who was forced to flee the palace, who spent somewhere between 5 and 7 years living rough in the mountains and forests of the Pontic hinterland, hunting, riding, hardening his body against extremes of heat and cold, and crucially, beginning his systematic study of poisons, antidotes, and the pharmacological properties of the plants and minerals of his kingdom. Whether this mountain sojourn lasted the full 7 years the ancient tradition claims, or whether it was shorter and has been expanded in the telling, the psychological impact was undeniable and permanent. The boy who returned from the mountains to claim his throne was not the traumatized victim of palace conspiracy. He was something far more dangerous. A king who had spent his formative years in a state of constant threat and had responded not with paralysis or despair, but with a ferocious, systematic, almost scientific determination to understand and neutralize every possible source of danger to his survival. Mithridates returned from his mountain years around 115 BCE and moved swiftly and decisively against the regency that had threatened his life. He imprisoned his mother and had his younger brother, his co-regent and potential rival, executed, These were not the actions of a traumatized boy. They were the calculated moves of a young man who had spent years thinking about power, about threat, about the mechanics of survival, and who was now putting theory into practice with a cold efficiency that shocked even the hardened court nobles who had expected an easier instrument. He was perhaps 14 or 15 years old when he took sole control of the kingdom, and already the outlines of the man he would become were clearly visible. The prodigious physical energy, the voracious intellectual curiosity, the absolute iron will, and beneath all of it, permanently and ineradicably, the fear, not the ordinary fear of cowards, but the fear of a man who had seen very clearly what the world could do and had decided, with full deliberation, to spend every remaining day of his life making himself impossible to destroy. It was this fear, creative and systematic rather than paralyzing, that drove him toward the project that would make him immortal in the history of science and medicine, and simultaneously engineer his most spectacular failure, the daily ritual of poison drinking that ancient sources describe with a mixture of fascination and horror, the pharmacological project of Mithridates VI, the attempt to create a universal antidote against all known poisons through systematic self-experimentation, was not a sudden inspiration. It was the culmination of a decade of study that began in those mountain years and continued throughout his reign. Ancient sources describe how Mithridates assembled around himself a team of physicians, herbalists, and what we would today call toxicologists. Scholars drawn from across the Greek and Persian worlds, men who brought with them knowledge of poisonous plants from Egypt, from Persia, from India, from the forests of Pontus itself. He collected these men the way other kings collected gold or soldiers, and he drove them with an urgency that was entirely personal. This was not academic research, but existential necessity, the research program of a man who had concluded, quite reasonably given his family history, that poison was the most likely instrument of his death, and who intended to do something about it. The regime that Mithridates reportedly developed and practiced daily was a masterpiece of what we would now recognize as the hormetic principle. The idea that small doses of a toxic substance, administered regularly, can stimulate the body's defenses and create increasing tolerance. Each morning, according to sources, including Pliny the Elder writing in the 1st century CE, Mithridates consumed a preparation that included microdoses of numerous toxic substances, arsenic, in amounts calculated to be below the acute toxic threshold, but above the pharmacologically inert threshold, hemlock in similarly carefully calibrated quantities, various plant toxins, snake venom in forms that could be administered orally, all of this mixed with a base of specific herbs and substances that the tradition calls the antidote. And that was specific enough that the Roman general Pompey, after his final defeat of Mithridates, reportedly found the written recipe among the king's papers and had it translated into Latin by his freedman Lennius. That recipe, the legendary Mithridatium, became one of the most famous pharmaceutical formulas of the ancient world, and versions of it were prepared and prescribed by physicians in Europe for nearly 2,000 years afterward. A remarkable testament to the enduring power of Mithridates' name and the genuine terror he inspired in the Roman world. The peak of this era, the early reign from approximately 115 to 100 BCE, is defined by two simultaneous processes: the internal consolidation of the kingdom and the beginning of the intellectual project that would define Mithridates' reign. Internally, he expanded the Pontic state's administrative capacity, reformed its military along lines that combined traditional Persian cavalry warfare with Greek infantry tactics and increasing use of mercenary specialists. He patronized the arts and letters with a generosity that attracted scholars, poets, and philosophers to his court at Sinope on the Black Sea coast. And he was himself a scholar of genuine accomplishment. The ancient tradition credits him with mastery of 22 languages, which, even allowing for exaggeration, speaks to a man of truly extraordinary linguistic ability. He collected texts on botany, medicine, and pharmacology with the obsession of a man who understood that knowledge was a form of armor. He corresponded with physicians across the Greek world, seeking specific information about specific plants and their toxic properties. He conducted what we would today recognize as clinical trials, testing substances on condemned criminals to observe the effects, a practice that was morally repugnant by any standard, but that produced genuine pharmacological data that was simply not available by any other method in the ancient world. He was, in the most complete sense of that phrase, a man ahead of his time. And like so many such men, his time would eventually turn against him in the most devastating possible way. Yet beneath all of this intellectual achievement, the paranoia that the mountain years had installed at the core of his personality never relaxed, never softened, never became something he could set aside when he chose. He employed official tasters for all his food and drink, not because he doubted his own antidote program, but because he understood that no preparation, however brilliant, could guard against every method of assassination. He slept in different rooms each night, moving through his palace in patterns designed to be unpredictable. He kept a rotating circle of confidants, never allowing any one person to become sufficiently trusted or sufficiently informed to be an effective assassin. He observed the people around him with an intensity that ancient sources describe as unnerving. A king who seemed to be continuously calculating threat assessments, filing away information, measuring the loyalty of every person in his vicinity against some internal standard that only he could see. This was not madness. It was the refined survival instinct of a man who had very nearly been killed as a child, and who intended never to be in that position again. But survival instincts, however sophisticated, have a way of outgrowing their usefulness, and the very mechanisms that protected Mithridates from assassination would eventually contribute to the catastrophic strategic miscalculations that brought his kingdom down. The man who was impossible to poison was also, in some deep sense, impossible to trust, and therefore impossible to be trusted by. And in the political world of the ancient Mediterranean, trust was the one resource that no antidote could replace. Then came the moment that changed everything. Sometime around 110 BCE, Mithridates looked north across the Black Sea and saw not a boundary, but a frontier. And he began to think about empire. It was at this moment that the world began to see what kind of king Mithridates intended to be. Not the careful, cautious survivor of his youth, but a conqueror of continental ambitions who had decided, with full awareness of the risk, to challenge the most powerful military force the ancient world had ever produced. The northern Black Sea coast in the late 2nd century BCE was a world of extraordinary diversity and strategic importance that most modern people know almost nothing about. And understanding it is absolutely essential to understanding how Mithridates built the power base that would make him Rome's most dangerous enemy for nearly 30 years. The great Scythian and Sarmatian steppe peoples who controlled the grasslands north of the Black Sea were among the finest cavalry warriors in the ancient world, nomadic horse archer societies that had been terrorizing settled civilizations from China to Eastern Europe for centuries. The Greek colonies along the northern coast, Olbia, Chersonesus, Panticapaeum, were wealthy trading cities that sat at the junction of the Greek commercial world and the vast steppe interior, exporting grain, fish, hides, and slaves in quantities that made them among the richest cities in the Greek-speaking world. Between approximately 110 and 100 BCE, Mithridates launched a series of military campaigns north of the Black Sea that were executed with a speed, ambition, and brilliance that stunned contemporaries. He crossed the sea, allied with certain Scythian chieftains, defeated others in open battle, and established Pontic supremacy over the entire northern Black Sea coast from the mouth of the Danube to the Crimean Peninsula. A coastline of perhaps 2,000 miles that he now effectively controlled through a combination of direct military occupation and tribute relationships with the steppe peoples. This expansion was strategically transformative. It gave Mithridates access to the almost unlimited manpower of the steppe, the Scythian and Sarmatian cavalry that would form the backbone of his armies for the next 4 decades. It gave him control of the grain trade that fed much of the Greek world, providing enormous economic leverage. And it gave him, crucially, a strategic depth behind his Black Sea kingdom that meant he could not be outflanked from the north. Any power that wanted to attack Pontus would have to come from the west or the south, And Mithridates spent the next 2 decades fortifying both approaches with the obsessive thoroughness of a man who thought about defensive geography the way other men thought about chess. The Black Sea Empire that Mithridates built was not merely a military achievement. It was a cultural and economic phenomenon of the first order, and understanding it requires appreciating the extraordinary cosmopolitanism of the Pontic royal court. At Sinope, Mithridates maintained a court that was simultaneously Persian, Greek, and Scythian, a place where Persian fire priests performed their rituals in one wing, while Greek philosophers debated Stoic ethics in another, and Scythian shamans tended to their own ceremonial obligations in a third. He himself embodied this cultural multiplicity with a facility that was either genuine or very well performed. Ancient sources describe him as equally comfortable at a Persian court ceremony and a Greek symposium, as capable of discussing the finer points of Greek tragedy as of leading a Scythian cavalry charge. His private life reflected this diversity with a flamboyance that scandalized some ancient observers. He maintained a harem of hundreds of women from dozens of different peoples, fathered children whose names reflected Persian, Greek, and Hellenistic traditions, and conducted his most intimate intellectual conversations in Greek with scholars whose families had come from Athens, Alexandria, and the great intellectual centers of the Hellenistic world. He produced coins bearing his portrait in the finest Greek tradition, with the flowing hair and idealized features of a Hellenistic king. But the portrait itself, the heavy musculature, the fierce eyes, the quality of concentrated physical power, conveyed something distinctly un-Greek, something that spoke of the Persian steppe tradition of sacred kingship, of the king as warrior priest, chosen by the gods and manifesting divine will through the exercise of absolute power. This self-presentation was not accidental. Everything about Mithridates' public image was calculated with the precision of a modern political campaign, designed to project specific messages to specific audiences. And the message was always the same at its core. This is a man unlike any other, a king of kings, a force of nature in human form, the divinely appointed ruler of a world that Rome is trying to steal. The greatest achievement of this middle period of his reign, the 100s BCE, was not military, but organizational. Mithridates understood, with a clarity that none of his contemporaries could match, that the only way to successfully challenge Rome was not through a single decisive battle, but through the construction of a genuinely multinational coalition that could sustain losses, absorb defeats, and continue fighting across multiple theaters simultaneously. He spent the decade between approximately 105 and 95 BCE in a systematic program of alliance building that extended across the entire Eastern Mediterranean world. He sent agents to the Greek cities of Asia Minor, who had been groaning under Roman taxation, and the depredations of Roman publicani. The private tax farmers, whose methods of extraction were, by any objective standard, indistinguishable from organized crime. He cultivated relationships with the kings of Armenia, Cappadocia, and Bithynia. The small kingdoms that separated Pontus from Rome's growing sphere of direct influence. He made alliance with the pirates of Cilicia, who controlled much of the eastern Mediterranean sea lanes, and who had their own powerful reasons to oppose Roman naval supremacy. He even, according to some ancient sources, sent diplomatic overtures to Mithridates' distant relatives in Parthia, the great Iranian empire that had replaced the Seleucids as the dominant power of the East. Though these negotiations produced limited concrete results, what he was building, piece by careful piece, was the largest anti-Roman coalition the ancient world would ever see. A network of alliances that, when it finally went to war, would encompass armies from Pontus, Armenia, Scythia, and a dozen smaller powers, supplemented by the populations of Greek cities across Asia Minor who rose in mass revolt against Roman rule at the first opportunity Mithridates offered them. He was not simply preparing for war. He was preparing for a different kind of world, one in which Rome's expansion stopped at the boundaries of the East, in which the Hellenistic kingdoms and Persian successor states maintained their independence, in which the East remained the East and did not become a Roman province. It was an extraordinary vision, audacious almost beyond comprehension, and it very nearly succeeded. But the vision contained within it the seeds of its own failure, not in the military planning, which was often brilliant, but in the character of the man who held it all together. Mithridates' coalition depended entirely on his personal charisma, his personal authority, and his personal capacity to hold together allies whose interests frequently diverged, and who had no loyalty to each other independent of their loyalty to him. The moment Mithridates suffered a serious military reversal, the moment his personal authority was questioned, the entire structure was at risk of flying apart. And Rome, that remorseless machine of military and political adaptation, was already sending its best men east to find the seam in his armor. With the Black Sea Empire secured and the coalition taking shape, the stage was finally set for the confrontation that both Mithridates and Rome had been circling for 2 decades. A confrontation that would produce some of the ancient world's most dramatic episodes of mass murder, military genius, and catastrophic defeat. The event that historians call the Asiatic Vespers, or the Ephesian Vespers, occurred in the spring of 88 BCE, and it remains one of the most staggering acts of organized mass violence in the entire history of the ancient world. An event so extreme in its scope, so calculated in its execution, and so revealing about the depth of anti-Roman sentiment in Asia Minor, that it forces us to completely reconsider the simple narrative in which Mithridates is merely a brilliant troublemaker, and Rome is merely a victim of his aggression. The context is essential. By 88 BCE, Roman rule in the province of Asia, the western third of Asia Minor, which Rome had inherited from the Kingdom of Pergamon in 133 BCE, had become a byword for systematic economic brutality. The Roman tax farming system, operated by the publicani, extracted wealth from the province's population with a merciless efficiency that enriched Roman investors at the direct expense of local populations. Interest rates on loans made to cities struggling to pay their Roman taxes ran as high as 48% annually. Rates that guaranteed debt spirals from which there was no escape through legitimate means. The Roman courts that were supposed to provide redress were themselves controlled by the same equestrian class that owned the tax farming companies, creating a system of legalized extraction that had no internal check or correction mechanism. Cities that had been wealthy and prosperous under Attalid rule found themselves stripped of their reserves, their public buildings falling into disrepair for lack of funds, their populations forced into debt bondage to Roman creditors. The historian Appian, writing in the 2nd century CE, describes Asia Minor under Roman taxation as looking less like a province and more like a land under systematic pillage. And while Appian was not a neutral observer, the underlying economic data that survives in inscriptions and papyri supports the broad outlines of his account. By 88 BCE, something like 80,000 Romans and Italians were living in Asia Minor as businessmen, tax collectors, moneylenders, and administrators, and the hatred directed at them by the local population had reached a point of incandescence that required only a single spark to produce catastrophic violence. Mithridates provided the spark with the precision of a man who had been planning exactly this moment for years. In the spring of 88 BCE, he invaded the Roman province of Asia with an enormous army. Ancient sources give figures that are almost certainly inflated, but the force was large enough to overwhelm Roman resistance in the field almost immediately. City after city opened its gates to him, not because the populations feared his power, though they certainly did, but because they genuinely and enthusiastically wanted to be rid of Roman rule. Then Mithridates issued a secret order. The precise mechanism is disputed by ancient sources. Some say it was a sealed letter delivered simultaneously to every city under his control. Others describe a more complex network of messengers, but the result was undeniable. On a single day in the spring of 88 BCE, the populations of cities across Asia Minor rose up and killed every Roman and Italian they could find. The massacre was simultaneous. It was coordinated, and it was comprehensive. Pliny, the Elder, gives a figure of 80,000 killed. Other sources say 100,000. Modern historians estimate the actual toll was probably in the range of 20 to 80,000. a range of uncertainty that itself speaks to the scale of the carnage. Men, women, and children were killed in their homes, in the streets, in the temples where some had fled for sanctuary. Ancient sources describe acts of particular deliberateness. Romans and Italians thrown alive into wells, killed publicly in front of large crowds, their bodies dragged through the streets. This was not mob violence that got out of hand. This was organized, coordinated mass execution, and the populations who carried it out did so with a willingness that makes very uncomfortable reading if one's only narrative is the story of Mithridates as aggressor. These were people doing something they wanted to do, something they had wanted to do for decades, something that spoke to the depth and reality of the resentment that Roman rule had generated. Mithridates, with his brilliant political intelligence, had understood this resentment, had cultivated it, had been patient, and had finally, with a single coordinated signal, turned it into the most spectacular act of anti-colonial violence in the ancient world. The cultural dimensions of the Asiatic Vespers deserve particular attention because they reveal something crucial about what Mithridates represented, not just militarily, but ideologically, to the populations of Asia Minor. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, Mithridates embarked on a victory tour of the Greek cities of Asia that was carefully orchestrated as a liberation narrative. He canceled Roman debts. He reduced or eliminated Roman-style taxation. He restored civic freedoms and endowments that Roman rule had curtailed. He made generous benefactions to temples and cities, presenting himself in the exact tradition of the great Hellenistic benefactor kings. In the city of Ephesus, the great capital of Roman Asia, he was greeted with celebrations that ancient sources describe as genuinely enthusiastic. Statues were erected in his honor. His portrait appeared on coins. Poets composed verses in his praise. He presented himself as the liberator of the Greek world, the man who had finally ended Rome's long assault on Hellenic culture and freedom. And the populations of Asia Minor, at least in those first heady months of 88 BCE, largely believed it. The cultural energy of this moment was real and powerful. A genuine eruption of Hellenic pride and anti-Roman feeling that had been compressed for decades under the weight of Roman economic domination. Mithridates was, in this moment, genuinely popular in a way that very few ancient conquerors ever achieved. A king who arrived not as a destroyer, but as a deliverer, and who understood the political theater of liberation well enough to perform it with extraordinary conviction. He appointed local administrators rather than installing pontic governors. He respected local legal traditions. He was seen at the games, and at the theater, he spoke Greek publicly and fluently. He positioned himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as the champion of an entire civilization against its oppressor. It was, by any measure, a masterpiece of political communication, and it lasted exactly as long as his military victories. Yet Sulla was coming, Lucius Cornelius Sulla, one of the most brilliant and ruthless military commanders in Roman history, landed in Greece in 87 BCE with 5 legions and a personal determination to defeat Mithridates that was simultaneously patriotic and profoundly personal. Sulla had been robbed of this command by his political rival Marius in one of the most scandalous episodes of the late Roman Republic, and he was fighting not just for Rome, but for his own political survival and honor. Sulla's campaign in Greece was devastating. He besieged Athens, which had allied with Mithridates, and captured it in 86 BCE after a siege so brutal that the city was nearly destroyed. Ancient sources describe Sulla's soldiers killing Athenians in the streets until the blood ran in rivers to the sea. He defeated 2 Pontic armies at Chaeronea and Orchomenos in 86 BCE in battles of military genius that established his reputation as the preeminent Roman commander of his generation. He pushed the Pontic forces out of Greece entirely and began preparations for the crossing into Asia. The liberation narrative that Mithridates had so carefully constructed was already beginning to fracture. When Sulla executed the Athenian leader who had allied with Mithridates, when he stripped Asian cities of their temple treasuries to fund his campaign, when it became clear that Rome's response to the Asiatic Vespers was going to be not withdrawal, but furious, comprehensive, and permanent retaliation, the enthusiasm that had greeted Mithridates in 88 BCE curdled into fear. The Asian cities began to recalculate. The liberation narrative had been compelling when it seemed like Mithridates might win. It became considerably less compelling when Sulla's legions were marching toward them. However, the First Mithridatic War, which this phase of the conflict is called by historians, ended not with Mithridates' destruction, but with a negotiated peace in 85 BCE that Sulla concluded not because he had won a total military victory, but because his political situation in Rome required him to return quickly. Under the Peace of Dardanus signed in 85 BCE, Mithridates surrendered his Asian conquests and his Greek allies, paid a war indemnity, and gave up some ships, but he retained his kingdom, his throne, and his freedom. Sulla, who needed to march on Rome to deal with his domestic political enemies, accepted terms that many Romans considered humiliatingly lenient. Mithridates had lost the war, but he had survived it, and for a man of his particular psychological constitution, survival was not merely an outcome, but a victory in itself. He retreated to Sinope and began, with the quiet, systematic patience that was as characteristic of him as his explosive military ambition, to prepare for the next round. Then, from the east, came a new phase of the same relentless war. A second conflict, then a third, each one testing Mithridates more severely than the last, each one revealing more clearly the extraordinary depth of his resilience and the equally extraordinary depth of his flaws. The Second Mithridatic War, which ran from approximately 83 to 82 BCE, was a minor affair by comparison with the first. A conflict sparked by the aggressive behavior of the Roman governor Murena, who invaded Pontic territory without authorization from the Roman Senate, and was thoroughly defeated by Mithridates' generals before the Senate ordered him to stop. Mithridates, with remarkable restraint, did not pursue the advantage to its natural conclusion, choosing instead to negotiate another peace that restored the status quo ante and confirmed his territorial possessions. This restraint was not weakness, it was strategy. Mithridates was watching Rome carefully, observing the continuing civil wars and political instability that plagued the Republic after Sulla's death, waiting for the moment when Rome would be most divided and least capable of mounting a unified military response to a major Eastern challenge. He used the years between the Second and Third Mithridatic Wars, roughly 82 to 74 BCE, to rebuild his army, redesign it along Roman lines, and forge the alliance with his son-in-law Tigranes, the Great of Armenia, that would give him the strategic depth he had always sought. Tigranes was, in the 70s BCE, the most powerful monarch in the Eastern Mediterranean world. He called himself King of Kings, controlled an empire stretching from the Caspian Sea to the Mediterranean, and commanded armies of a size that had not been seen in the region since the height of the Seleucid Empire. An alliance between Mithridates and Tigranes looked, on paper, like an absolutely overwhelming combination. The tactical genius and Western knowledge of Mithridates, combined with the enormous resources and manpower of Armenia. It was the anti-Roman coalition that Mithridates had been working toward for 20 years, finally realized. And it was based, from the very beginning, on a fundamental miscalculation about what kind of man Tigranes actually was. The Third Mithridatic War began in 74 BCE, when Mithridates invaded Bithynia, a kingdom that had been bequeathed to Rome by its last king, Nicomedes IV, who died without an heir and left his realm to the Republic in his will. Rome accepted the inheritance, as Rome always accepted inheritances of kingdoms on its eastern frontier, and Mithridates saw the Roman absorption of Bithynia as the final intolerable encroachment on his sphere of influence, the last brick in a Roman wall that would eventually enclose and suffocate him. He invaded with an army that ancient sources describe as numbering in the hundreds of thousands, almost certainly a gross exaggeration. But the army was certainly large, well-trained, and equipped with the Roman-style formations that Mithridates had spent years developing. His opponent was Lucius Licinius Lucullus, one of the most aristocratic and cultured of Rome's late Republican commanders, a man who combined genuine military talent with an intellectual refinement that made him somewhat atypical among Roman generals of his era, and who was, in private life, so devoted to luxurious living that his very name eventually became synonymous in Latin with extravagant feasting. The word lucullan, meaning lavishly sumptuous, derives from his legendary banquets, but on the battlefield, Lucullus was anything but soft, and his campaign against Mithridates displayed strategic thinking of the highest order. Rather than seeking the decisive pitched battle that Mithridates' larger army might have won, Lucullus systematically cut Pontic supply lines, avoided major engagements when Mithridates held the advantage, and waited with extraordinary patience for the moment when starvation and desertion had sufficiently depleted the Pontic forces before he struck. At the siege of Cyzicus in 74 to 73 BCE, Lucullus besieged the besieger. He cut off Mithridates' enormous army from its supplies, while Mithridates was attempting to besiege the city, and the result was catastrophic for the Pontic forces. Ancient sources describe soldiers eating each other in their desperation before the army finally, the instrument of his final humiliation and helplessness. That irony had not been lost on any of the historians and physicians and philosophers who had engaged with his story. It appeared in medieval commentaries on his life. It appeared in Renaissance poetry. It appeared in the 20th century in A.E. Housman's famous poem, where the speaker, imagining himself to have drunk poison as steadily as Mithridates, concludes with a sardonic and knowing nod to the king's terrible success. I tell the tale that I heard told. Mithridates, he died old. The poem is wrong about the circumstances of his death. He did not die peacefully of old age, but it is precisely right about the essential quality of his story that a man who had devoted his entire life to defeating death found in the end that his own preparations had not defeated death, but only made it more complicated, more undignified, and more ironic than it would otherwise have been. With the fall of Mithridates and the absorption of Pontus into the Roman provincial system, the stage cleared for the long Roman imperial peace that would govern Asia Minor for the next several centuries. But the Eastern question, the question of what lay beyond Rome's ability to dominate, would never be fully settled, and the memory of Mithridates would continue to haunt both Roman and later imperial imaginations as the archetype of the irreconcilable Eastern resistance that no empire could fully extinguish. The transformation of the Kingdom of Pontus into the Roman province of Bithynia and Pontus in 63 BCE was administratively swift but culturally complex, and the 2 centuries that followed Mithridates' death represent one of the most interesting transitional periods in the history of the Black Sea region. A time when the enormous shadow of the dead king continued to shape the behavior of the living in ways that were sometimes obvious and sometimes subtle. Pompey's settlement of the East was a masterwork of Roman provincial administration, creating a structure that would remain broadly stable for the next several centuries. He established new cities, reformed existing ones, settled the boundaries between provinces, and created a network of client kingdoms on Rome's eastern frontier that served as buffers against the Parthian Empire. The one eastern power that Rome could not simply absorb. Among the arrangements Pompey made was a particularly telling one. He allowed Pharnaces, the son who had betrayed his father and delivered his body to Rome, to rule the Bosporan kingdom on the northern shore of the Black Sea as a Roman client king. It was a practical arrangement. The Bosporan kingdom was distant, its population largely non-Roman, and a loyal client king was more useful there than a direct provincial administration would have been. But it also carried a message about Rome's relationship to the Mithridatic legacy. Rome was willing to work with the dynasty it had just destroyed, willing to use a Mithridate's son as a useful tool of imperial administration. As long as that son had demonstrated his loyalty in the most unambiguous possible way by helping kill his father. Pharnaces II, ruling from his Bosporan capital at Panticapium, did not remain content with his Roman client role. In 48 BCE, with Rome convulsed by the great civil war between Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great, the same war that would eventually consume both men and destroy the Roman Republic itself. Pharnaces saw his opportunity. He invaded Pontus and the neighboring territories, moving quickly to recapture his father's former kingdom, while Rome's attention was elsewhere. He was briefly successful, recapturing large portions of what had been Pontic territory, and briefly raising the prospect that something resembling the Mithridatic kingdom might be re-established under his rule. But he had not inherited his father's military genius, only his father's ambition. And when Julius Caesar arrived in Asia Minor in 47 BCE to deal with the situation, the result was one of history's most famous military summaries. Caesar defeated Pharnaces at the Battle of Zela in 47 BCE so quickly and decisively. The campaign lasted literally 5 days from Caesar's arrival to Pharnaces' defeat. That Caesar wrote to his friend Amantius in Rome in a message that has become one of the most famous sentences in Latin: Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. The simplicity and speed of the formulation was itself a commentary on Pharnaces. He was not his father. Mithridates had required 3 wars and 3 of Rome's greatest commanders to finally defeat. His son required 5 days and a single battle. Pharnaces fled back to the Bosporus, was killed shortly afterward by a rebellion among his own subjects, and with him died the last realistic prospect of a Mithridatic restoration. The dynasty was finished. The kingdom was finished. What remained was the name, the legend, and the pharmacological legacy. The pharmacological legacy of Mithridates found its most important institutional home in the 1st century CE in the work of Pedanius Dioscorides, a Greek physician who served in the Roman army under Emperor Nero, and who composed De Materia Medica, the foundational text of Western pharmacology, a comprehensive survey of hundreds of medicinal plants and substances that would serve as the primary pharmacological reference in the European and Islamic medical traditions for the next 1500 years. Dioscorides drew extensively on the Pontic pharmacological tradition, citing substances and preparations that clearly derived from the research tradition of Mithridates' court. And he treated the Mithridatium with considerable respect as a pharmacological achievement, even as he modified and refined its formulation. Through Dioscorides, the pharmacological work of Mithridates' court became embedded in the foundation of Western medicine in a way that is only rarely acknowledged in modern histories of science. The Poison King's obsessive self-experimentation contributed directly to the medical knowledge base on which subsequent generations of physicians built, and some of the observations about plant toxicology that appear in ancient sources related to the Mithridatium can be verified by modern pharmacological analysis. The hormetic principle that Mithridates applied so systematically, the idea that regular low-dose exposure to toxic substances can increase tolerance, is today a recognized and debated area of toxicological research. And while the mechanisms are now understood at the molecular level in ways that Mithridates could not have imagined, the basic empirical observation that he worked with is genuinely correct. He was, in this sense, a real scientist as well as a legendary king, a man whose contribution to human knowledge outlasted his kingdom, his dynasty, and his name as a political force, surviving in the accumulated pharmacological literature of the ancient and medieval worlds like a kind of intellectual antidote to the oblivion that destroys most ancient kings' legacies entirely. The Roman cultural engagement with Mithridates was, like Rome's political engagement with him, simultaneously appreciative and deeply uneasy. He appeared in Roman literature almost immediately after his death. The poets of the Augustan age, writing within living memory of the Mithridatic Wars, referenced him as a kind of dark mirror to Roman power, the Eastern king who had nearly broken the Republic, who had massacred Rome's citizens in a single day in numbers that the civil wars of the late Republic could barely match. There was a quality of nightmare about the Roman literary treatment of Mithridates. He appeared in contexts associated with excess, with the violation of natural boundaries, with the kind of transgressive ambition that the Romans, with their constitutional tradition and their horror of monarchy, associated with the corrupting potential of absolute power. He was a figure who served multiple ideological purposes simultaneously, a warning about what barbarian kings were capable of, a demonstration of Roman military and moral superiority in the defeat of such a monster, and most uncomfortably, an implicit critique of the Roman system itself, since the mass murder of Roman citizens in Asia Minor had been made possible only by the systematic economic exploitation that Roman rule had imposed, and that Roman political philosophy found it very difficult to openly acknowledge. The Asiatic Vespers haunted Rome the way certain historical atrocities haunt the nations responsible for generating them, as an uncomfortable reminder that the victims had reasons, that the perpetrators had grievances, that the story of civilization versus barbarism was considerably more complicated than the official narrative allowed. But the story of Mithridates and the land of Pontus did not end with the Roman conquest, and the centuries that followed the incorporation of the region into Rome's provincial structure were not simply a period of subjection and cultural erasure. The cities of the Pontic coast, Sinope, Amisus, Trapezus, continued to flourish as commercial and cultural centers throughout the Roman imperial period. Their harbors handling the Black Sea trade that connected the Mediterranean world to the vast interior of Eurasia. The pharmacological traditions of the region continued to develop, with local physicians maintaining knowledge of the distinctive botanicals of the Pontic forests and coastal mountains that Mithridates had first systematized, and the Persian cultural heritage that the Mithridatid dynasty had preserved and transmitted continued to survive in various forms. In the worship of Mithra, the god after whom the dynasty was named, whose mystery cult spread from its Anatolian origins across the entire Roman Empire in the 1st through 3rd centuries CE, becoming one of the most significant rival religions to Christianity in the Western Empire. The soldiers of Rome's legions, many of whom served on the eastern frontiers, where Mithridatic influence had been strongest, brought Mithraic worship back with them to every corner of the empire, from Hadrian's Wall in Britain to the Euphrates frontier, and the god who had given his name to the kings of Pontus became, in a strange posthumous irony, far more influential in death than in life, his cult outlasting the kingdom, the dynasty, and the political civilization that had worshipped him by centuries. Yet the final phase of Mithridates' direct legacy in the ancient world came not from pharmacology or religious transmission, but from the geopolitical reordering that his wars had made inevitable by permanently establishing Roman dominance over Asia Minor and permanently removing the prospect of an independent Eastern power capable of challenging that dominance. The Mithridatic Wars cleared the strategic landscape for the next great Eastern confrontation. The centuries-long struggle between Rome and Parthia, and later between Rome's successor, states Byzantium, and Sassanid Persia, that would define the geopolitics of the Middle East for the next 700 years. In this sense, Mithridates was not merely a footnote to Roman power, but one of its defining agents, the man whose ultimately unsuccessful resistance forced Rome to commit so fully to Eastern expansion that it could never thereafter retreat from the Eastern world without catastrophic loss of prestige and strategic position. He shaped the Rome that came after him as surely as the Rome that defeated him shaped his own strategies. And the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, would govern the land of his kingdom for nearly a millennium after his death. Its administrators and soldiers walking the same coastal roads, drinking from the same Black Sea harbors, trading through the same mountain passes that Mithridates soldiers had known intimately. History does not end. It transforms. And Mithridates transformed it more than most. From the ancient inheritance, the stage cleared for centuries of Byzantine rule, then Seljuk transformation, then Ottoman Empire, each era layering new meaning onto the same coastal land where Mithridates had built his kingdom and drunk his poisons and died his impossible death. The region that had been the Kingdom of Pontus passed through the Byzantine period, the eastern continuation of the Roman Empire that survived the fall of the Western Empire in 476 CE and continued to govern Anatolia until the Turkish conquests of the 11th century. As a prosperous but strategically secondary territory, important for its agricultural output, its Black Sea trade, and its defensive geography, but no longer the independent geopolitical actor it had been under the Mithridatid kings. The city of Trapezus, modern Trabzon, became the most important Pontic city in the Byzantine period, its harbor handling the trade routes that connected Constantinople to the Caucasus, Persia, and the Central Asian interior. Byzantine emperors occasionally passed through the region on campaign, and its administrative history is reasonably well documented in the Byzantine sources. But it does not produce the kind of dramatic narrative that the earlier period offered. What the Byzantine period did produce, however, was a remarkable continuity of cultural memory. Local traditions in the Pontic region preserved knowledge of the Mithridatid dynasty and its pharmacological legacy in ways that are attested by medieval Greek sources, and the image of the great poison king remained vivid in local consciousness long after the Roman imperial apparatus that had defeated him had itself been defeated and transformed. The arrival of the Seljuk Turks in Anatolia, following their decisive defeat of the Byzantine army at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 CE, under Sultan Alp Arslan, transformed the cultural and demographic character of the entire Anatolian peninsula over the following centuries, and the Pontic coast was no exception. The Seljuk advance did not immediately reach the Black Sea coast. The rugged Pontic mountains served, as they had always served, as a geographical barrier that slowed and channeled large-scale migration and conquest. But the pressure of the Seljuk presence on the interior plateau gradually transformed the economic and political situation of the Pontic coastal cities. And by the time of the Fourth Crusade, that remarkable catastrophe of 1204 CE, in which crusading Latin Christians sacked Constantinople, their nominal coreligionists and supposed allies, instead of attacking the Muslims they were supposed to be fighting. The stage was set for one of the most interesting post-Byzantine political experiments in the entire medieval Mediterranean world. When Constantinople fell to the Crusaders, members of the Comnenus dynasty, the great Byzantine imperial family, whose members had ruled the empire in the 11th and dissolved, and Mithridates fled by sea, barely escaping a pursuing Roman fleet and returning to Pontus with a fraction of the force he had left with. What followed over the next several years was one of the great military chases of ancient history, Lucullus pursuing Mithridates across Pontus, and then into Armenia, where Mithridates took refuge at the court of Tigranes, while Lucullus boldly invaded Armenia itself in 69 BCE and inflicted a catastrophic defeat on Tigranes at the Battle of Tigranocerta, a battle in which Lucullus's force of perhaps 14,000 men destroyed an Armenian army that ancient sources number at the almost certainly inflated figure of 300,000, but which was certainly very much larger than the Roman force. The defeat of Tigranes at Tigranocerta was one of the most impressive military achievements in Roman history, and should have ended the Mithridatic Wars decisively. But Lucullus made a critical error. He pushed too deep into Armenia, too far from his supply bases, into terrain that suited Tigranes' rebuilt forces, and that his own soldiers, far from home and exhausted by years of continuous campaigning, refused to continue crossing. The mutiny of Lucullus's army in 68 BCE, his soldiers simply refusing to march any further into the Armenian interior, was the turning point that saved Mithridates. While Lucullus struggled with his mutinous legions, Mithridates returned to Pontus, raised a new army with the speed that only he seemed capable of, and defeated the Roman forces left behind in Pontus with an urgency that spoke to something almost superhuman in his capacity for recovery. He was 60 years old or more at this point. Ancient sources disagree on his exact birth date, but he was certainly not young, and he had been fighting Rome for 2 decades, had been defeated multiple times, had lost his kingdom, his army, his allies, and his home. And yet he came back, again and again, with the terrible persistence of a man who simply could not accept that the story was over. It was at this moment, in the late 60s BCE, that Rome sent the man who would finally, definitively, end the Mithridatic Wars, not Lucullus, whose command was taken from him by a combination of political maneuvering in Rome and his own soldiers' exhaustion, but Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, who arrived in Asia Minor in 66 BCE with fresh legions, enormous political authority, and absolute determination to finish what Lucullus had started. The cultural dimension of this period is absolutely essential to understanding why Mithridates lasted as long as he did against the most powerful military machine of the ancient world. His court at Sinope, and later in his various capitals, as he was driven from place to place, remained a genuine intellectual center, even in the midst of constant warfare. Ancient sources describe Mithridates surrounded by Greek philosophers, poets, and historians, even on campaign. Men who wrote accounts of the wars, composed poems in his honor, and maintained the cultural life of the court as a deliberate assertion that this was a civilization, not merely an army. He corresponded with scholars in Alexandria and Athens, even while besieged. He composed poetry himself, according to the tradition, and debated philosophical questions with his court scholars in the evening after days of military planning. His pharmacological research continued throughout the wars. The Mithridatium was not a project of his youth that he abandoned in adulthood, but a continuing inquiry that he refined and expanded throughout his reign, adding new substances, adjusting dosages, seeking the perfect universal antidote with the obsessive dedication of a man who understood that his life depended on getting the formula right. He added ingredients discovered in the course of his campaigns, plants from the Pontic forests, substances encountered in his travels through the steppe, exotic materials brought back by traders from the eastern edges of the known world. By the time of his death, the Mithridatium reportedly contained 65 distinct ingredients, administered in a base of wax, and combined according to a formula of almost alchemical complexity that took years to learn and execute correctly. It was simultaneously a genuine pharmacological achievement and a monument to a very particular kind of paranoid genius. The life's work of a man who understood the science of survival better than anyone who had ever lived, and who was, despite all of that knowledge, going to die anyway, defeated not by any poison, but by the one thing his preparations had never guarded against. However, Pompey's campaign of 66 to 63 BCE was swift, comprehensive, and devastating. He defeated Mithridates' remaining Pontic forces in a night battle near the Euphrates River in 66 BCE. A battle in which the Romans' superior discipline and Pompey's tactical brilliance overwhelmed a Pontic army that fought with desperate courage, but simply could not match the cohesion and training of Pompey's veterans. Mithridates fled, not east to Armenia this time. Tigranes had made his own peace with Rome and could no longer be trusted, but north, into the Crimea, to the Bosporan kingdom, on the northern shore of the Black Sea, that had always been the most loyal part of his empire. He was perhaps 65 years old, defeated, his kingdom gone, his great coalition dissolved, his son-in-law reconciled with his enemies, but still alive, still fighting, still planning. From his fortress at Panticapaeum, modern Kerch, in today's Crimea, he began, with an energy that seemed to transcend the merely human, to raise a new army for a new campaign. His plan, according to ancient sources, was audacious, almost to the point of madness, to march west through the steppe, gather the barbarian peoples of the northern Black Sea coast and the Danube Valley under his banner, and invade Italy itself from the north. A plan that required assembling an army of perhaps 120,000 men and marching them across thousands of miles of hostile territory. But that would, if it succeeded, bring the war to Rome's own doorstep in a way that no Eastern monarch had ever done. It was, in its way, the ultimate expression of Mithridates' genius and his delusion. A plan so bold that it was either the inspiration of a visionary or the fantasy of a man who had lost touch with reality. And at that point in his life, it was genuinely impossible to tell which. This instability continued until the thing that had never happened to Mithridates in all his long decades of war and survival finally happened. The one enemy he had never prepared against struck him down, not with Roman steel or Pontic poison, but with something far more mundane and far more lethal, the loyalty of his own son. In the year 63 BCE, the army that Mithridates had been assembling at Pantikapium for his Italian invasion mutinied. The leader of the mutiny was his own son, Pharnaces, who had apparently concluded, not unreasonably, that his father's plan to march on Rome was a megalomaniacal fantasy that would result in the destruction of everyone who followed him, and that making peace with Pompey and accepting whatever terms Rome offered was a better option than another decade of futile resistance to the world's most powerful military force. The mutiny was swift, comprehensive, and final. Mithridates found himself abandoned by his army, trapped in his own citadel at Pantikapium, with Pharnaces' forces surrounding the walls and Pompey's agents, presumably not far behind. He was in his early to mid-70s, alone and facing capture. Capture meant, at best, being displayed in a Roman triumph, paraded through the streets of Rome in chains behind Pompey's chariot, a spectacle for the crowds, and then executed in the Tullianum prison, the traditional end for royal captives in Roman triumphs. It was a fate that Mithridates, with his extraordinary pride and his Persian understanding of the sacred nature of kingship, found absolutely unacceptable. He had spent his entire life avoiding exactly this kind of helplessness, this kind of theatrical humiliation at the hands of Rome, and he was not about to accept it now. He reached, as any man of his training and preparation would have reached in this moment, for poison. What happened next is one of the most darkly ironic moments in all of ancient history. A moment so perfectly constructed that it seems impossible. And yet, every ancient source that discusses the death of Mithridates tells some version of the same story. Mithridates administered poison to himself. The exact substance varies between ancient accounts, with some saying aconite, some saying a mixture of compounds, some saying simply poison without specifying. He gave poison to his 2 daughters as well, women who had chosen to die with him rather than fall into Roman hands, and they died quickly, the poison taking effect with a swiftness that was entirely consistent with the doses and substances involved. But Mithridates himself, the man who had drunk microdoses of every known toxin every morning of his adult life, for perhaps 40 or 50 years. The man who had dedicated the most brilliant mind of his generation to the science of pharmaceutical immunity. The man whose very name had become synonymous with antidote and immunity throughout the ancient world. Mithridates found that the poison did not work. He had made himself so thoroughly resistant to every substance that he could administer in lethal doses that his body simply refused to die. Ancient sources describe him walking back and forth on the battlements of his citadel, waiting for death to come, and it would not come. He vomited, he staggered, he administered more poison. Nothing. His biological fortress, his greatest achievement, his life's work, had trapped him inside itself. The man who had survived every assassination attempt, every military defeat, every Roman general, every betrayal, could not escape the consequences of his own success. He had become, quite literally, impossible to poison. And in the moment when he needed poison most desperately, this achievement was the cruelest possible joke. The details of how Mithridates actually died are slightly different in different ancient sources, but the most commonly reported version is this. Unable to kill himself with poison, Mithridates asked a Gallic officer of his guard, a man named Mithridates, to kill him with a sword. Mithridates, who had served him loyally, did what was asked of him. Mithridates VI, King of Pontus, died in 63 BCE in the citadel of Pantocrapium. Not from the Roman sword that had pursued him for 30 years, not from the poison that he had spent his life fearing, but from the blade of a loyal soldier acting on his master's final, desperate request. He was perhaps 72 years old. He had reigned for more than 50 years. He had fought 3 major wars against Rome, lost all 3, and come back from each of the first 2. He had killed tens of thousands of people, had ordered the greatest coordinated massacre of civilians in the ancient world, had built and lost an empire, had spoken 22 languages, and mastered the pharmacology of perhaps 200 plants and minerals. His body, when Pharnaces delivered it to Pompey, an act of calculated political pragmatism that speaks volumes about the kind of son Mithridates had raised, was reportedly so well preserved that it defied easy identification. The decades of chemical consumption having left their marks on his very flesh, Pompey treated the body with a certain respect that was not entirely free of political calculation. He gave it burial at the royal tombs of the Pontic kings at Sinope, acknowledging in this final gesture that whatever else Mithridates had been, he had been a genuine king, a real opponent worthy of the full weight of Roman military and political genius to defeat, a man whose death deserved at least the dignity of proper burial. The ancient tradition adds that Pompey himself struggled to look at the body without a complex mixture of triumph and something that was not quite admiration, but was close to it, the feeling of a man who has finally killed the thing that terrified him most, and who finds in that moment not the pure satisfaction he expected, but something more complicated and more honest, the story of Mithridates was over. His kingdom became the Roman province of Bithynia and Pontus. His children scattered, some into Roman captivity, some into the courts of neighboring rulers, Farnes's to his brief and disastrous subsequent kingdom on the Bosporus, the Mithridatium, the great pharmacological legacy of the Poison King's life, survived him by nearly 2,000 years, revised and refined by generations of physicians who could not quite let go of the idea that somewhere in those 65 ingredients was the secret of immunity that Mithridates had been seeking, the universal antidote that would finally make a human body impossible to harm. None of them found it either. Some things, it turns out, cannot be antidoted. The cultural legacy of Mithridates did not die with his body. The ancient world continued to debate and retell his story for centuries, and the elements that captured the imagination most powerfully were not the military campaigns or the territorial conquests, but the pharmacological obsession, the daily poison drinking, the self-experimentation, the magnificent irony of the final death. Pliny the Elder devoted substantial space in his natural history to the Mithridatium and its ingredients, treating it with a seriousness that speaks to the genuine pharmacological reputation of the Pontic king. The poet Lucretius, writing his great philosophical poem De Rerum Natura around 55 BCE, shortly after Mithridates' death, used the king's poison tolerance as a philosophical example of the habituation principle. The idea that the human body and mind can adapt to almost anything through gradual, systematic exposure, a principle that has applications far beyond toxicology. The physician Galen, writing in the 2nd century CE, referenced the Mithridatium as a foundational text in his own pharmacological work, and his prestige was sufficient to keep the formula in active medical use through the Byzantine period and into the Arab medical tradition, and thence into medieval European medicine. By the 16th century, versions of the Mithridatium were being prepared by court physicians for European monarchs who feared poisoning. The Habsburg Emperor Charles V reportedly kept a supply, and Elizabeth I of England's physicians had their own version. The king, who had been dead for 1,500 years, was still, in some pharmacological ghost form, protecting rulers against the thing he had feared most. And the irony that his own pharmacological masterwork had been 12th centuries, fled to Trapezus, and established what they called the Empire of Trebizond, an independent Greek Christian state on the Pontic coast that would maintain its independence for an astonishing 258 years, surviving the Mongol conquests, the rise of the Ilkhanate, and multiple Ottoman pressure campaigns, before finally submitting to the Ottoman Sultan, maimed II in 1461 CE, 8 years after maimed, had conquered Constantinople itself. The Empire of Trebizond was, in its own way, a kind of echo of the Mithridatid kingdom. A small, fiercely independent state on the Black Sea coast, sustained by the same geographical advantages of the Pontic Mountains and the same commercial wealth of the Black Sea trade, projecting a cultural prestige far exceeding its military or political power, and surviving through a combination of strategic sophistication, diplomatic flexibility, and a willingness to make accommodations with surrounding great powers that preserved the kingdom's existence at the cost of its full independence. The Comnenus emperors of Trebizond, like Mithridates before them, maintained a court culture of genuine sophistication. Their city was a center of Greek learning, their churches decorated with fine mosaics, their court attended by scholars and artists from across the Greek and Persian worlds. The last emperor of Trebizond, David Comnenus, surrendered the city to maimed II in 1461 without significant resistance, having calculated, as the last Mithridates had calculated before Farnèse's mutiny, that further resistance was pointless against an overwhelming force. David Comnenus was initially allowed to live, then executed by maimed in 1463 on suspicion of plotting with Uzun Hassan, the ruler of the Ak-Koyunlu Confederation, a death that was a melancholy echo of the palace intrigues and sudden executions that had always been the accompaniment to power in the Pontic world. The Empire of Trebizond was the last independent Greek state of the Byzantine tradition, and its fall in 1461 closed an epoch that had begun with the Mithridatid foundation of Pontic power. The long story of the Black Sea coast as a distinct political and cultural entity, separate from whatever great empire controlled the surrounding territory. After maimed II, the Pontic coast was simply part of the Ottoman Empire, and it would remain so for 4.5 centuries, until the catastrophes of the First World War and the subsequent decades dissolved the Ottoman world and forced a complete reconstitution of the political and demographic landscape of Anatolia. The Ottoman period in the Pontic region is a story of gradual integration into the imperial framework of demographic transformation, as Turkish-speaking Muslim populations settled across the interior plateau, while Greek-speaking Christian communities maintained themselves on the coast, and of a slow but inexorable cultural intermingling that produced the distinctive Pontic Greek identity, a community with its own dialect of Greek, its own musical traditions, its own culinary culture, and its own deeply rooted sense of historical continuity with the ancient and medieval past. The Pontic Greeks preserved, in their folk traditions and their community memory, stories and cultural fragments that reach back through the Byzantine and Hellenistic layers all the way to the Mithridatid period. Not specific historical knowledge, perhaps, but a quality of cultural memory that maintained awareness of the region's ancient significance, even through centuries of Ottoman rule, when that significance was officially unremarked. They maintained their religious identity as Greek Orthodox Christians under the Ottoman millet system, their community institutions, their Greek language, and their connection to the broader Greek cultural world. A remarkable feat of cultural survival that lasted through the Ottoman centuries, but ultimately could not survive the catastrophe of the early 20th century. However, the pharmacological and scientific legacy of Mithridates underwent a remarkable transformation in the Ottoman period that is rarely discussed, but genuinely significant. Ottoman medical science, which drew heavily on the Arab pharmacological tradition that had itself incorporated and extended the Greek pharmacological inheritance, treated the Mithridatium as a genuine pharmaceutical achievement worthy of serious professional attention. Ottoman court physicians prepared versions of the formula, adjusting it according to the accumulated modifications of 12 centuries of pharmacological commentary. And the compound was a standard item in the Ottoman imperial pharmacy well into the 17th century. The Ottoman pharmacological tradition was itself extraordinarily sophisticated. The empire's geographic extent gave Ottoman physicians access to materia medica from 3 continents, and the court pharmaceutical establishment was among the finest in the world by any contemporary standard. And the survival of Mithridatium within this tradition speaks to the enduring authority of the original formulation. It was not prepared as a superstitious relic, but as a genuine pharmaceutical product, evaluated and used according to the same empirical standards applied to all Ottoman materia medica. The Poison King's legacy was still, 14 centuries after his death, actively shaping medical practice in the region he had once ruled. Then, from the west and from within, came forces that the Ottoman Empire had no pharmacological preparation against: the forces of European imperialism, nationalist ideology, and industrial-scale warfare that would, in the space of a generation, destroy the world that had endured for 4 centuries. The 19th and early 20th centuries transformed the Ottoman Empire with a speed and violence that overwhelmed every institution the empire had developed for managing its internal diversity. And the Pontic region, with its large Greek Orthodox Christian population, its strategic position on the Black Sea, and its proximity to Russia, which had its own expansionist interests in the region, became one of the focal points of the catastrophic processes that destroyed the multi-ethnic Ottoman world and replaced it with the ethnically far more homogeneous Turkish national state. The Greek population of Pontus, the Rum, as they were called in Turkish, a word that derived from Rome, and that captured in a single syllable the community's connection to the Byzantine Roman tradition, had maintained itself for centuries within the Ottoman framework with remarkable success. By the late 19th century, Pontic Greek communities maintained schools, churches, newspapers, and cultural institutions, and the city of Trabzon remained an important commercial and cultural center with a significant Greek presence. there were approximately 300,000 Pontic Greeks in the region at the beginning of the 20th century, a population that had survived 2.5 millennia in the same geographic space. From the Greek colonial settlements of the classical period, through the Hellenistic kingdom of Mithridates, through the Byzantine and Trebizond periods, through 4.5 centuries of Ottoman rule, and that retained a genuine and living connection to all of that history. They were not a remnant population. They were a community with deep roots, substantial institutions, and a distinct cultural identity that had proven more durable than most things in a part of the world that had seen a great deal of impermanence. The First World War shattered this world with a thoroughness that is still, in some respects, inadequately acknowledged in the historical literature. The Ottoman Empire's entry into the war in 1914 on the German side, combined with the catastrophic military reverses of 1915, and the Empire's acute paranoia about internal minorities that might side with its enemies, produced the conditions for the Armenian genocide of 1915 and 1916. The systematic murder of approximately 1 million to 1.5 million Armenian Christians that stands as one of the definitive atrocities of the 20th century. And that was the immediate context for the subsequent violence against Greek and Assyrian Christian communities. The Pontic Greeks were subjected to a campaign of deportation, forced labor, and systematic killing that began during the war years and intensified dramatically in the period of the Greco-Turkish War from 1919 to 1922. The conflict that erupted when Greece, encouraged by Britain, landed forces at Smyrna in May 1919 and attempted to expand its territory into Anatolia in fulfillment of the irredentist vision of Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos, and what the Greeks called the megali idea, the great idea of a revived Greek state encompassing all territories of significant Greek population in the eastern Mediterranean. The Greek military advance into Anatolia was initially successful, but then catastrophically reversed by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk's nationalist forces, and the defeat at the Battle of Dumlupinar in August 1922 was followed by the burning of Smyrna, one of the most prosperous and cosmopolitan cities in the eastern Mediterranean, and the killing and expulsion of its Greek and Armenian populations. The subsequent population exchange of 1923, codified in the Treaty of Lausanne, transferred approximately 1.2 million Greek Orthodox Christians from Anatolia to Greece, and approximately 400,000 Muslims from Greece to Turkey. A forced migration of a scale and completeness that permanently and irreversibly transformed the demographic character of both countries and ended a Greek presence in Anatolia that had endured for nearly 3,000 years. For the Pontic Greeks specifically, the catastrophe, which they call the genocide, or the catastrophe, a term that carries within it the weight of everything that was lost, was particularly devastating. Estimates of Pontic Greek deaths between 1916 and 1923 range from 300,000 to 360,000, a number that represents somewhere between a third and a half of the entire pre-war population. They died in deportation, marches through the Pontic mountains in winter, in labor battalions working under conditions designed to kill, in massacres by irregular forces, of starvation and disease, in conditions that were not accidental, but deliberately engineered. The survivors were expelled in the population exchange of 1923 and resettled primarily in northern Greece, Macedonia, and Thrace, where their descendants still live today, maintaining the Pontic Greek language, the Pontic music traditions, and the memory of the lost world in a diaspora community that is among the most culturally cohesive and historically conscious in the Greek world. The Pontic Greek genocide is recognized by the Greek state as a genocide, commemorated annually on May 19th, a date chosen because it was the day in 1919 on which Mustafa Kemal landed at Samsun, the ancient Amasis of the Pontic Greek world, to begin the nationalist military campaign that would eventually end the Greek presence in Anatolia. The Turkish state does not recognize these events as genocide, and the historical and political debate about terminology, causation, and responsibility remains active and unresolved. A wound in the historiography of the modern Near East that has not closed and shows no immediate sign of doing so. The land of Mithridates, the land where a Persian king had built a pharmacological empire and tried to poison himself against Roman power, the land where Greek civilization had maintained its presence since the 8th century BCE, was emptied of its Greek population in a period of less than 10 years and transformed into a Turkish national space in which the ancient and medieval layers of cultural memory survived only in place names, in archaeological sites, and in the community memory of an expelled diaspora. The modern history of the region that was once Pontus is the history of northern Turkey. The provinces of Trabzon, Giresun, Ordu, Samsun, and their neighbors along the Black Sea coast, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, who founded the Turkish Republic in 1923, after the Allied powers recognized the new national state in the Treaty of Lausanne, created one of the 20th century's most thoroughgoing projects of national transformation. A secular, nationalist, modernizing state that deliberately broke with the Ottoman and Islamic past in its laws, its alphabet, its dress codes, and its official relationship to religion. Atatürk adopted the Latin alphabet in 1928, replacing the Arabic script that Ottoman Turkish had used for centuries. He banned religious courts, abolished the caliphate, outlawed traditional dress in public spaces, and created a legal system based on European models. He renamed Constantinople Istanbul. He moved the capital from Istanbul to Ankara in the heart of the Anatolian plateau, and he presided over a project of national historical mythology that connected the Turkish nation not to the Ottoman imperial past, but to the ancient Turkic and pre-Ottoman Anatolian past. A project that sometimes produced creative historical reinterpretations, but that served the crucial function of providing the new nation with an antiquity that justified its claim to the Anatolian homeland. The transformation was extraordinary in its speed and its comprehensiveness, and Ataturk himself, who died in 1938, 15 years after the Republic's foundation, remains today one of the most revered figures in Turkish national consciousness. His portrait present in virtually every public building, his reforms still enshrined in the Constitution in terms that make their modification legally complex and politically explosive. The Black Sea coast of modern Turkey is today a region of remarkable natural beauty. The Pontic Mountains are among the most densely forested and biologically diverse landscapes in the Near East. The coastal cities are prosperous by Turkish provincial standards, and the tea plantations that cover the mountain slopes between Trabzon and the Georgian border produce most of Turkey's tea and have given the region a distinctive agricultural identity that connects it, at least geographically, to the same mountain landscape that produced the pharmacological botanicals of Mithridates' research program. The ancient city of Sinop, modern Sinop, still exists on its dramatic promontory jutting into the Black Sea, and its old city contains ruins from multiple periods of its long history, including Hellenistic period walls that may date to the Mithridatic era. The ancient harbor of Amasis, modern Samsun, is today a large industrial city and one of the main ports of the Turkish Black Sea coast. Trapezus, modern Trabzon, retains fragments of its Byzantine walls and a number of significant historical monuments, including the magnificent church of Hagia Sophia of Trabzon, built in the 13th century during the Empire of Trebizond, which survives as a remarkable monument to the complex, multi-layered history of the region. These physical remnants speak across the centuries to a world of extraordinary complexity and durability, a world that produced kings like Mithridates and emperors like the Comnenus dynasty, and ordinary people whose names we do not know, but whose labor and ingenuity sustained one of history's longest-running experiments in coastal civilization. The land remembers, even when the people have been expelled or killed or transformed beyond recognition. The story of Mithridates and his daily poison regime would be interesting enough as pure history, as the biography of an extraordinary man and the psychological portrait of a particular kind of ruling paranoia. But what makes it genuinely remarkable in the 21st century is that modern pharmacological science has, in several important ways, validated the empirical foundation of what Mithridates was doing, even as it reveals with great clarity why his experiment ultimately failed in the way that it did. The hormetic principle, the idea that low-dose exposure to a toxic substance can produce adaptive responses in biological systems that increase tolerance to higher doses, is today a recognized area of toxicological research. The term hormesis was formally introduced into the scientific literature in 1943 by C.M. Southam and J. Ehrlich, studying the effects of a fungal extract on fungal growth. But the phenomenon itself had been observed and discussed in various forms since the 19th century, and the underlying biological mechanisms have become substantially clearer in the genomic era. At the cellular level, low-dose exposure to certain toxins activates stress response pathways, including the NRF2 pathway, the heat shock response, and various DNA repair mechanisms that increase the cell's capacity to handle subsequent higher dose exposure. At the organism level, the induction of cytochrome 450 enzymes in the liver by repeated low-dose exposure to certain compounds can significantly increase the rate at which those compounds are metabolized and eliminated, effectively raising the lethal threshold. These mechanisms are real, they are measurable, and they would have been producing genuine physiological effects in Mithridates' body as a result of his daily poison regime. He was not wrong to think that his program was working, because, in a real and demonstrable sense, it was. The specific substances that ancient sources associate with the Mithridatium include several for which the hormetic mechanism is particularly well understood. Arsenic tolerance, the phenomenon of arsenic-adapted populations and individuals, has been extensively documented in modern populations who consume arsenic naturally through contaminated drinking water, particularly in certain regions of Bangladesh, Chile, and Taiwan. Populations with chronic low-level arsenic exposure show significantly higher tolerance to acute arsenic exposure than unexposed populations, and the mechanism involves both increased metabolic processing and adaptive cellular responses that reduce arsenic's toxic effects. Mithridates' daily arsenic microdosing would almost certainly have produced a measurable increase in his arsenic tolerance over the decades he practiced it. His liver's capacity to process and eliminate arsenic would have been substantially enhanced, and the dose required to kill him acutely would have been significantly higher than for an untreated person. This is not folklore. This is pharmacology. The ancient tradition was describing, in the language available to it, a genuine biological phenomenon that Mithridates had discovered through empirical self-experimentation 2,000 years before the molecular mechanisms were understood. He was, in the most literal sense, a pioneer of experimental pharmacology, a man who applied what we would now recognize as the scientific method to a question of personal survival, and produced results that were both genuinely novel and genuinely correct, within the limitations of the available knowledge and the available methodology. The failure of the self-poisoning attempt at his death is equally illuminating from a modern pharmacological perspective. and it speaks to the specific limitations of the hormetic approach that Mithridates could not have understood, but that modern toxicology can explain clearly. The tolerance mechanisms that chronic low-dose exposure induces are highly dose-dependent and relatively specific to the compounds involved. They increase the lethal threshold, the dose required to cause death, but they do not eliminate toxicity, and the margin between the tolerated dose and the acutely lethal dose changes in complex ways depending on the compound, the exposure history, and the individual's baseline physiological status. For a man in his early 70s who had been consuming a specific regimen of microdose toxins for 40 or 50 years, the acute lethal dose for those specific compounds would indeed have been substantially higher than for an untreated person, and the dose that Mithridates administered to himself in his final hours may well have been insufficient to achieve the rapid death he was seeking. Not because his tolerance was limitless, but because he had not, perhaps could not have, escalated his final dose to a level sufficient to overwhelm the enhanced metabolic capacity his decades of preparation had created. There is also the possibility, and this is the darkest irony in a story full of dark ironies, that the very success of his antidote program had created a form of metabolic dependency, a state in which his body had adapted so thoroughly to the continuous presence of these compounds that abrupt discontinuation might itself have caused problems. Though this is more speculative, what is clear is that the pharmacological immune system he had spent his life building functioned exactly as designed when confronted with the doses he had trained it against, and that this functioning in the specific circumstances of 63 BCE was a catastrophic failure of the most complete kind. The armor that had protected him for decades was the cage that trapped him at the end. The antidote became the poison. The preparation became the vulnerability. It is, pharmacologically and narratively, a perfect tragedy. The modern scientific interest in Mithridates goes beyond the straightforward validation of his hormetic program. His systematic collection of pharmacological knowledge, the catalog of toxic and medicinal plants from across the Black Sea world, the records of self-experimentation, the documented preparations, represents an early example of what we would today call systematic empirical research methodology. The Mithridatic pharmacological tradition distinguished itself from earlier ancient pharmacology in several important ways. It was explicitly experimental rather than merely observational. It maintained records of dosage and effect rather than simply cataloging substances. It systematically compared the effects of different preparations on the same subject, and it attempted to synthesize findings from multiple geographical and cultural pharmacological traditions into a single, integrated framework. These are the methodological characteristics of genuine scientific inquiry, and they place the Mithridatic project in a different intellectual category from the largely observational pharmacology of earlier periods. The 16th century French essayist Michel de Montaigne, discussing Mithridates in his essays, made the connection between the king's methodology and the emerging experimental philosophy of the Renaissance with a clarity that speaks to the genuine continuity of intellectual tradition. Mithridates was, in Montaigne's reading, a man who subjected his own body to systematic experiment in order to generate reliable knowledge about its capacities. And this empirical self-knowledge was the most authentic form of knowledge available to human beings. A position that anticipates the empiricist philosophical tradition of the 17th century in striking ways. Whether Montaigne's reading is fully supported by the ancient sources is debatable, but the connection he made was real and important, and it speaks to the enduring power of Mithridates' story to generate insight across radically different historical contexts. The 20th and 21st centuries have produced a genuine scientific engagement with Mithridatic pharmacology that goes well beyond historical curiosity. The field of toxicology has investigated the specific mechanisms of metal tolerance induction with considerable precision, producing findings that are directly relevant to understanding what Mithridates' program would and would not have achieved. Research on the NRF2 pathway, the master regulator of the cellular stress response, has shown that chronic low-level exposure to various toxins, including arsenic and several plant toxins present in traditional antidote formulas, can induce lasting upregulation of this pathway, increasing the cell's resistance to a broad range of toxic insults. This is the molecular mechanism of the broad-spectrum tolerance that Mithridates was trying to achieve. And the fact that modern molecular biology can describe it precisely shows that his empirical observation was pointing at a real biological phenomenon, even if his theory of why it worked was necessarily incomplete. More practically, the contemporary pharmacological field of hormesis research, a legitimate area of ongoing scientific inquiry with its own journals and research programs, regularly references Mithridates as the earliest documented practitioner of systematic hormetic self-experimentation, treating him not as a historical curiosity, but as a genuine intellectual ancestor of the empirical tradition in toxicology. The king who drank arsenic every morning 2,000 years ago is still in the footnotes of scientific papers, contributing to the conversation about how biological systems respond to chronic, low-level toxic exposure. There is something extraordinary about that continuity. The persistence of a scientific insight across 2 millennia of cultural transformation, military conquest, religious revolution, and demographic catastrophe. The knowledge survived everything, as in some sense did Mithridates himself with the fall of Mithridates and the subsequent centuries of transformation. The stage cleared for the most complex and painful dimension of this entire story. the question of what his legacy means today, in a world where his kingdom's land has been transformed beyond recognition, and where the people who might most directly claim descent from his world have their own complicated relationships to his memory. The story of Mithridates and his kingdom intersects with the modern world in several distinct but interconnected ways. And understanding these intersections requires confronting honestly some of the most painful and contested episodes in modern Near Eastern history. The land of Pontus, northern Anatolia, along the Black Sea coast, today belongs to the Republic of Turkey, a modern nation-state that has successfully asserted its claim to the Anatolian heartland through military force, diplomatic skill, and the legal framework of the 1923 Treaty of Lausanne. The population of that land is today almost entirely Turkish-speaking and Muslim, the result of the catastrophic demographic transformation of the early 20th century that expelled or killed the Armenian, Greek, and other Christian communities that had inhabited the region for millennia. There is a fundamental irony, painful to both Pontic Greeks in diaspora and to thoughtful Turks who engage with their country's history, in the fact that the land most intimately associated with the ancient story we have been telling today is now politically and legally committed to a historical narrative that begins, for practical purposes, with the Turkish conquest of Anatolia in the 11th century. The deeper layers, the Mithridatic kingdom, the empire of Trebizond, the Byzantine centuries, the Greek colonial settlements, are present in the archaeological record and in the work of Turkish academic historians who engage with them seriously, but they occupy a complicated space in Turkish public memory and official national narrative, present but not foregrounded, acknowledged but not celebrated, as part of the same national story that honors Ataturk and the Independence War. This is not unique to Turkey. All national histories make choices about which pasts to emphasize and which to relegate to archaeological footnotes. But in the Turkish case, the choices have been shaped by a political and demographic transformation so recent and so violent that the archaeological and historical layers uncomfortably contradict the official narrative of national origins, and the gap between what the ground says and what the official history says remains a source of tension that has not been resolved for the Pontic Greek diaspora, the descendants of the communities expelled in 1923 and 1924, living today primarily in northern Greece, in Germany, in Australia, in the United States, and in other countries with significant Greek immigrant populations. The memory of the ancient Pontic world and the trauma of its 20th century destruction are deeply intertwined, forming a single continuous narrative of a civilization that survived for 25 centuries before being destroyed in a decade. The Pontic Greek diaspora maintains a rich and distinctive cultural life. The Pontic Greek language, a dialect significantly different from standard modern Greek and containing elements that may reflect the very ancient linguistic layering of the region is still spoken in diaspora communities. Pontic music, with its distinctive lyra instrument and its characteristic modal scales that differ markedly from mainland Greek musical traditions, is performed at community festivals and cultural events. Pontic culinary traditions, dishes that reflect the specific agricultural and maritime products of the Black Sea coast, are preserved in family kitchens and community cookbooks, and the memory of the genocide is maintained with an intensity that speaks to the unresolved nature of the historical trauma. The Greek state's May 19th commemoration, the diaspora community organizations that have lobbied for international recognition of the genocide, the family stories preserved across 3 and 4 generations of people who have never seen the land their grandparents and great-grandparents were forced to leave. In this diaspora memory, the figure of Mithridates occupies a peculiar position. He is recognized as the most famous king of the ancient Pontic world, and his story is known to educated members of the community. But he is not a simple hero figure in the way that certain Byzantine emperors are celebrated in Greek consciousness. He was, after all, a Persian king who presented himself as a Greek liberator, a complex and morally ambiguous figure whose massacres and strategic calculations fit awkwardly with the kind of straightforward ethnic hero mythology that diaspora communities often need for psychological sustenance. He is more legend than symbol, more a figure of fascination than of straightforward identification, which is, perhaps, the most honest and appropriate relationship to have with him. The pharmacological legacy of Mithridates has its own modern institutional life that connects the ancient world to contemporary scientific practice in ways that are both intellectually significant and occasionally surprising. The Wellcome Collection in London holds one of the world's finest collections of historical pharmaceutical manuscripts and objects, including several medieval manuscripts that contain versions of the Mithridatium. And these materials have been the subject of serious historical pharmaceutical scholarship that traces the transformation of the formula across its 2,000-year history of active medical use. The history of science community has produced important work on the Mithridatic pharmacological tradition in recent decades. Scholars, including John Scarborough, have written extensively on Mithridates as a pharmacological pioneer, situating his experimental program within the broader history of ancient toxicology, and arguing for a substantially more positive evaluation of his scientific contribution than the popular tradition, which tends to treat the daily poison drinking primarily as a symptom of paranoia, allows. The contemporary toxicological research community, as previously noted, engages with Mithridates primarily through the hormesis literature, and the name appears with some frequency in the introductory sections of papers on adaptive responses to toxic challenge, a kind of scientific acknowledgement of intellectual debt that spans 22 centuries. His story has also found its way into contemporary popular science, writing on toxicology and pharmacology, books on the history of poison, on the science of antidotes, on the pharmacological dimensions of ancient history. And this popular engagement suggests that the story retains its power to capture and hold the general imagination in ways that purely academic historical subjects rarely manage. There is something in the combination of extreme intelligence, extreme paranoia, extreme ambition, and extreme irony that makes Mithridates impossible to dismiss, impossible to forget, and impossible to reduce to a simple moral. He remains, 2,000 years after his death, one of history's most genuinely complex figures, a man about whom thoughtful people can reach dramatically different conclusions depending on what they choose to emphasize and what frameworks of understanding they apply. The 21st century has brought new dimensions to the Mithridates story through archaeology and genomics, excavations at sites across northern Turkey, at Amasis/Samsun, at Sinope/Sinop, at Amaziah/Amasya, have produced important evidence for the material culture of the Mithridatid kingdom, including architectural remains, ceramic assemblages, coinage, and inscriptions that allow a considerably more detailed picture of everyday life in the Pontic kingdom than the literary sources alone could provide. The Pontic tomb complexes cut into the rock above Amaziah, the inland city that served as one of the early Mithridatid capitals, are among the most impressive archaeological monuments of the Hellenistic period in Anatolia, and represent the royal burial tradition of the dynasty in physical form. Ongoing excavations in the Crimea and on the northern Black Sea coast, the regions that Mithridates conquered in his great northern campaigns and that were so central to his strategic vision, are producing evidence for the Pontic presence in that region during the late 2nd and early 1st centuries BCE. That is substantially enriching our understanding of how his Black Sea empire actually functioned in practice. Genomic studies of ancient population dynamics in Anatolia are beginning to illuminate the complex movements of peoples across the region in the Hellenistic and Roman periods in ways that complement the historical record, and future genomic work may eventually shed light on the demographic composition of the Mithridatid kingdom's population in ways that the literary sources cannot. The story of Mithridates is not finished. It is still being excavated, still being analyzed, still being argued over by scholars and scientists who find in his extraordinary life a set of questions about the nature of paranoia, about the relationship between scientific inquiry and personal survival, about the political dynamics of resistance to imperial power, about the pharmacology of tolerance and immunity, that remain genuinely relevant to contemporary concerns. The Black Sea coast where he built his kingdom is today a region of geopolitical complexity. The contemporary conflict in Ukraine, Russia's 2022 invasion, and its ongoing prosecution has made the Black Sea once again the center of a major geopolitical struggle between an expansionist power and the states and communities that resist it, a struggle that has eerie resonances with the Pontic world of 2,000 years ago, when Rome pressed eastward and Mithridates pressed back. The specific historical circumstances are utterly different. The actors are utterly different. The political and moral frameworks are utterly different. And yet, the Black Sea, that ancient and improbably important body of water, continues to generate the same fundamental question that it generated in the time of Mithridates. Who controls the shore? And what does it cost to find out? The king who drank poison every morning to make himself invulnerable, who was invulnerable to everything except himself, who built the most sophisticated pharmacological immune system in the ancient world, and discovered that it protected him against the wrong enemy. That king is still asking his question from the depths of 21 centuries, and the Black Sea is still, in the morning light, both beautiful and dangerous, both ancient and completely, terrifyingly alive. To truly understand Mithridates VI, we need to step back from the individual biography and recognize what his story represents at the level of historical pattern. Because it is not simply the story of one paranoid, brilliant, doomed king. It is the story of the oldest and most enduring dynamic in human political life. The confrontation between an expanding empire, convinced of its own manifest destiny, and a smaller power convinced of its right to resist. Rome in the 1st century BCE was, by any objective measure, the most formidable military and organizational force the Western world had yet produced. A civilization that had spent 5 centuries perfecting the mechanisms of conquest, assimilation, and administrative control, that had turned the practice of war into a science of extraordinary sophistication, and that brought to its imperial project a confidence in its own cultural superiority that was both its greatest strength and its most dangerous delusion. Mithridates was, from Rome's perspective, simply the latest and most persistent of the Eastern kingdoms that needed to be absorbed into the Roman system for their own good, civilized, Hellenized, brought within the framework of Roman law and Roman culture that was, in the Roman self-understanding, the gift that Rome gave to the peoples it conquered. The fact that those peoples did not always want the gift, that the gift came attached to systematic economic extraction and cultural subordination, that the recipients experienced not as civilization, but as a particularly sophisticated form of pillage, was a fact that Roman political philosophy was structurally incapable of fully acknowledging. Mithridates acknowledged it. The populations of Asia Minor who rose up and killed 80,000 Romans in a single day in 88 BCE acknowledged it. The cities that greeted Mithridates as a liberator in the spring of that year acknowledged it, and the fact that Mithridates ultimately failed, that Rome's military machine was too large, too resilient, and too politically sophisticated to be destroyed by any single Eastern coalition, does not retrospectively delegitimize the resistance or retroactively make the grievances less real. It simply means that the resistance failed. Resistance fails. History is full of resistance movements that were morally justified and militarily overwhelmed. And Mithridates is one of its most extraordinary examples. The pharmacological dimension of his story adds a layer of meaning that goes beyond mere historical curiosity. The image of a man who spends his entire life building an immune system against the thing he fears most, who succeeds so completely that his immune system becomes his prison, who cannot die the death he has chosen because his preparations have been too thorough. This is not simply a biographical anecdote. It is a parable about the relationship between preparation and spontaneity, between control and vulnerability, between the desire for invulnerability and the human necessity of remaining vulnerable to something. Mithridates wanted to be impossible to kill, and he succeeded, and his success was the most complete failure of his life. He wanted to make himself immune to poison, and he did. And when he needed the poison to work, it would not. And he died by the sword of a man he trusted, alone on the battlements of his last citadel, in the dark, 2,000 miles from the kingdom he had built and lost. There is something in this story that resonates beyond the specific historical context. Something that speaks to a universal human experience of the preparations that trap us, the defenses that confine us, the armor that becomes the cage. Every human institution, every legal system, every medical protocol, every military strategy eventually faces the moment when its own success at solving the original problem has created a new problem that the original preparation cannot address. Mithridates simply lived this dynamic with unusual clarity and dramatic perfection. He was, in this sense, less a historical figure than a historical lesson. One of those rare lives that seems to have been lived for the explicit purpose of illustrating a truth that the world needed illustrated. The Pontic Greeks who were expelled from the land of his kingdom in 1923 did not inherit his paranoia or his pharmacological obsession, but they did inherit something of his defining quality: the refusal to accept that the story was over, the determination to maintain identity and community and memory in the face of an apparently overwhelming force that said, "You do not belong here. Your history does not count. Your presence in this land is now over." Like Mithridates on his Crimean promontory, planning his Italian campaign with the resources of a shattered empire, the Pontic Greek diaspora in its northern Greek villages, and its Australian suburbs, and its German apartment buildings has maintained its language, its music, its cuisine, its memory, and its identity with an energy that seems, from the outside, almost inexplicable, and that from the inside is simply the ordinary human determination not to be forgotten, not to be erased, not to be reduced to a footnote in someone else's national narrative. The pharmacological immune system that Mithridates built for his body, the diaspora has built for its culture. And unlike his, so far, it has worked. The memory of the Pontic world survives. The Pontic Greek language is still spoken. The music is still played. May 19th is still commemorated, and the story of Mithridates, the Persian king who called himself a Greek liberator, who drank poison and survived everything except himself, who refused to die on anyone else's terms, and ended up dying on his own terms in the most accidentally ironic way imaginable. That story is still being told, still being watched, still being argued over in comment sections, and academic journals, and family dinners. Because a story that true and that strange is simply impossible to let go of. And the Black Sea in the early morning light, vast and gray and ancient and indifferent, is still there where it has always been, keeping its own secrets, waiting for the next person who thinks they can make themselves immune to its tides. More than 2,000 years after Mithridates drank his final futile dose of poison on the battlements of Panticapaeum. The scientific and cultural legacy of the most extraordinary pharmacological experimenter of the ancient world continues to resonate in ways that would have both gratified and disturbed him. In toxicological laboratories in the United States, Japan, and Europe, researchers studying the hormesis principle, the adaptive response of biological systems to low-dose toxic challenge, cite his name in their papers as the earliest documented practitioner of the phenomenon they are investigating in the diaspora communities of northern Greece. His name is invoked as part of the long historical narrative of the Pontic world, a narrative that begins in the deep Bronze Age past and ends in the catastrophe of the early 20th century, and that the diaspora community maintains with the same fierce, systematic determination that Mithridates maintained his daily antidote program. In popular culture, his story appears in novels, in films, in video games, in podcasts, in YouTube documentaries. Everywhere that human beings go when they are looking for the stories that explain something essential about the human condition, about ambition and fear, and the impossible, self-defeating desire to be invulnerable. In the Republic of Turkey, archaeologists excavate the sites of his former kingdom. His rock-cut tombs above Amasea, the harbor walls of Sinope, the remains of his palace complex at Amasis, with the careful, patient attention that genuine historical significance demands, working in a country whose official national narrative has complicated feelings about the pre-Turkish layers of Anatolian history, but whose scientific community maintains the intellectual honesty to engage with those layers as the serious historical evidence they are. The ground of northern Turkey holds his story in its bones, in the Greek inscriptions half buried in Turkish fields, in the Hellenistic pottery fragments that Turkish farmers still occasionally turn up with their plows, in the rock-cut tombs above the river valleys, where his ancestors were buried in the Persian royal tradition, facing east toward the rising sun, toward Mithra, the god of the dawn, whose name they bore, and whose gift they claimed to be the story of Mithridates, the man who made himself impossible to poison and discovered, too late, that the thing he could not be immune to was the betrayal of his own blood, is still being written today, still being excavated from the earth and the archives and the memory of expelled communities, still generating new dimensions of meaning as the world around it changes and finds in the ancient story new resonances with contemporary anxieties about power, resistance, identity, and the terrible price of success. And the Black Sea, ancient and dark and impossibly deep, holds all of it in its waters: the galleys of Mithridates' navy, the bodies of his soldiers, the memory of his pharmacological obsession, and the unresolved question of who the land of Pontus belongs to now, and what the people who were expelled from it are owed, and whether 2,000 years from now someone will still be watching a video about a king who turned his body into a biological fortress and died because of it, wondering the same things we are wondering today, finding no answer and going on anyway to fully understand what Mithridates was attempting with his pharmacological program. We need to spend considerable time with the actual substance of what he created, not as legend or biographical detail, but as a genuine intellectual and scientific achievement that deserves to be evaluated on its own terms, with the full seriousness that any genuine pioneering scientific effort deserves. The Mithridatium, as it came to be known in antiquity and in the medieval pharmaceutical tradition, was not a simple formula. It was the product of decades of systematic research, international intellectual collaboration, empirical self-experimentation, and a quality of synthesis that was, for its time, genuinely extraordinary. To understand it fully requires understanding the pharmacological world in which it was created. The state of ancient knowledge about toxic and medicinal substances, the institutional frameworks through which that knowledge was generated and transmitted, and the specific intellectual and practical challenges that Mithridates was trying to address. The ancient Mediterranean world in the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE possessed a pharmacological knowledge base of considerable sophistication. The tradition of plant-based medicine that derived from Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and early Greek sources had accumulated, by this period, a substantial body of empirical observation about the properties of hundreds of plants and minerals, and this knowledge was maintained and transmitted by a professional class of physicians and pharmacists who operated within the intellectual framework provided by the Hippocratic medical tradition of Greece and its successors. The Hippocratic corpus, the body of texts associated with the school of medicine founded on the island of Kos in the 5th century BCE, provided a theoretical framework for understanding disease and therapy that emphasized observation, case recording, and the systematic application of principles derived from experience. And this empirical emphasis meant that the Greek medical tradition was, at its best, genuinely progressive in its accumulation of pharmacological knowledge. By the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, the great research institution at Alexandria, the Mauseon and its associated library, founded by the early Ptolemaic kings, had become the intellectual center of the Mediterranean world, and its research programs included systematic botanical and pharmacological investigation of a scope and quality that had no precedent. Scholars at Alexandria collected and studied plant specimens from across the Mediterranean world and beyond, and the pharmacological knowledge of the Hellenistic period was substantially more sophisticated and more comprehensive than the earlier traditions on which it built. It was from this tradition that Mithridates drew his court scholars, and it was against this background that his own contributions need to be evaluated. What distinguished the Mithridatic program from the existing pharmacological tradition was not primarily its knowledge base. Mithridates could draw on the best available scholarship of his time, but its specific focus, its methodology, and above all its ambition, existing ancient pharmacology, was largely descriptive and therapeutic. It cataloged the properties of substances and recommended their use for specific conditions, but it did not, in general, attempt the kind of systematic quantitative investigation of dose-response relationships that would allow for the precise calibration of subtoxic but immunologically active doses that Mithridates needed for his antidote program. The specific question Mithridates was trying to answer: what is the minimum effective dose of this substance that will stimulate tolerance without causing acute harm? And how should that dose be escalated over time? Was, from a methodological standpoint, significantly more difficult than the questions that existing pharmacology was designed to address. It required not just knowledge of toxic substances and their effects, but a systematic program of controlled experimentation capable of generating quantitative dose-response data, and this required both a sufficiently large subject pool, which Mithridates obtained, horrifyingly, by using condemned criminals, and a sufficiently long time horizon, which he provided by dedicating essentially his entire adult life to the project. The result, after decades of research, was the Mithridatium in its final form, a preparation of 65 distinct ingredients, each included at a specific calculated dose, combined in a base of wax and honey, and administered daily in a quantity calibrated to the king's body weight and current tolerance state. The 65 ingredients of the Mithridatium, as partially reconstructed from the ancient sources, primarily Pliny the Elder's Natural History and Celsus's De Medicina, with additional fragments in Dioscorides, Galen, and the later Byzantine pharmaceutical tradition, span an extraordinary range of substances from across the ancient pharmacological world. Among the plant-based ingredients, the formula reportedly included extracts from over 30 distinct botanical sources. Aconite, the highly toxic plant known as wolfsbane or monkshood, whose alkaloid aconitine is one of the most potent plant poisons known. Hemlock, the plant that killed Socrates, containing the alkaloid conium, castoreum, a substance derived from beaver secretions with genuine medicinal properties. The herb hypericum, which modern research has confirmed as pharmacologically active. Various species of Artemisia, the genus that includes wormwood, and that contains compounds with genuine antiparasitic properties, rose petals, galbanum, and various aromatic substances that served partly as carriers and flavoring agents. Among the mineral ingredients, arsenic appears explicitly in some ancient formulations and is implied by others. Among the animal-derived substances, dried vipers, a preparation of venom from multiple snake species, appear consistently across the various versions of the formula that survive in ancient sources. The combination of all 65 ingredients in specific ratios, administered in a wax base, was the product of the research program rather than an inherited traditional preparation. And the specificity of the ratios, which varied between ancient sources, but which consistently implied quantitative precision beyond what casual observation could produce, speaks to the genuine experimental foundation of the formula. Galen, the great physician of the 2nd century CE, who systematized Greek medical knowledge in a form that would influence medicine for 15 centuries, engaged extensively with the Mithridatium and regarded it as a genuine pharmaceutical achievement worthy of serious professional attention. He prepared versions of it for the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius and for other imperial patients, adjusting the formulation according to his own extensive pharmacological expertise and reporting his modifications in his voluminous writings. Galen's endorsement of the Mithridatium was not uncritical. He questioned several of the ingredient choices on theoretical grounds and proposed various modifications based on his own research and clinical experience. But his overall assessment was that the formula represented the most sophisticated antidote formulation in the existing pharmacological literature, and his authority was sufficient to ensure that the Mithridatium remained the gold standard of antidote therapy in the Western medical tradition for the next 1,000 years. Medieval Arab physicians, working in the tradition of the translations of Greek medical texts into Arabic that made the Baghdad Caliphate of the 9th and 10th centuries one of the greatest intellectual institutions in human history, also engaged seriously with the Mithridatium, incorporating it into the comprehensive pharmacological synthesis that figures like Ibn Sina, Avicenna, produced in their great encyclopedic medical works. Avicenna's Canon of Medicine, composed in the early 11th century CE, and among the most influential medical texts ever written, contains a discussion of the Mithridatium that is simultaneously historically informed and clinically engaged, treating the formula with the same empirical seriousness that Avicenna brought to all pharmacological questions through the canon and through the other great Arabic medical encyclopedias. The Mithridatium entered the European medical tradition of the high medieval period, was translated into Latin, was prepared by European physicians, and was used in various modified forms that maintained the essential structure, while substituting locally available ingredients for some of the original Pontic substances. As a therapeutic preparation in European medicine, until well into the 17th century, the persistence of a pharmacological formula from the Pontus of the 1st century BCE in the medicine chests of 17th century European physicians is one of the most extraordinary demonstrations of the durability of ancient scientific knowledge in the entire history of science, and it is almost entirely unknown to the general public. Mithridates the Conqueror, the Poison King, the man who tried and failed to poison himself to death, is one of the most enduring contributors to Western medical history, a fact that is simultaneously wonderful and, given the context of the original research program, deeply unsettling. One of the most remarkable features of the Mithridatic Wars is the extraordinary quality of the Roman commanders who were sent to deal with Mithridates, a series of men who collectively represent something like a who's who of the late Roman republic's military and political talent, and whose engagement with the Pontic king shaped not just the outcome of the wars, but the political development of Rome itself in ways that ultimately contributed to the fall of the Republic. To understand why Mithridates lasted as long as he did, and why his defeat ultimately came at the cost of the Roman republican system itself, requires understanding each of these men in some detail and appreciating the extraordinary political and military context in which they operated. The first Roman commander to engage Mithridates in serious conflict was not Sulla, but Lucius Cassius Longinus, who suffered a significant defeat against Pontic forces in Bithynia in 88 BCE as Mithridates launched his invasion, a defeat that exposed the inadequacy of Rome's initial military response to the Pontic challenge, and that helped create the political space for the extraordinary constitutional crisis in which Sulla marched on Rome in order to secure his command against Marius. Sulla himself, who took command in 87 BCE after the Roman Civil War that accompanied his march on Rome, was a commander of genuine and underappreciated brilliance. His campaign in Greece in 87 to 85 BCE, conducted with limited forces and against substantial logistical difficulties, demonstrated strategic and tactical judgment of the first order. His defeat of the Pontic forces at Chaeronea and Orchomenos in 86 BCE were masterpieces of Roman tactical flexibility. Battles in which Sulla used the terrain, the psychological state of his troops, and his own presence on the battlefield with a calculated boldness that overcame the numerical disadvantage his forces faced. The decision to negotiate rather than pursue a total military victory in 85 BCE, to accept the peace of Dardanus on terms that many Romans considered inadequate, was itself a demonstration of strategic intelligence. Sulla needed to return to Rome to deal with his domestic political enemies, and he correctly calculated that a quick, negotiated settlement that allowed him to return promptly was strategically superior to a prolonged campaign that would achieve total victory, but at the cost of his Roman political position. He was right about the calculation, and he came back to Rome and won the civil war, installing himself as dictator and reorganizing the Roman political system before retiring in 79 BCE. One of history's most remarkable voluntary surrenders of absolute power, but the peace he left behind in Asia was not a permanent settlement, and the regrowth of Pontic power under Mithridates in the years after 85 BCE was, at least partly, a consequence of the incomplete nature of Sulla's victory. The second great Roman commander in the Mithridatic story was Lucullus, whose campaign against Mithridates in the Third Mithridatic War from 74 to 66 BCE represents one of the most intellectually sophisticated military operations in Roman history, and whose ultimate failure demonstrates the profound importance of the domestic political dimension in Roman military strategy. Lucullus came from one of Rome's oldest and most distinguished aristocratic families, was a close friend and political ally of Sulla's, and combined genuine intellectual cultivation with military talent that his enemies consistently underestimated. His strategy of avoiding major pitched battles and instead systematically attacking Mithridates' supply lines, the approach that starved the Pontic army at the siege of Cyzicus, was brilliant in conception and execution, but it was also slow, grinding, and profoundly unpopular with his soldiers, who had been in the field continuously for years, and who felt that Lucullus was deliberately prolonging the campaign for his own political reasons, rather than delivering the decisive victory that would allow them to go home. This perception, which was also systematically promoted by Lucullus's political enemies in Rome, men who had their own reasons for wanting the lucrative eastern commands that a Lucullus victory would close off, eventually contributed to the mutiny of 68 BCE that ended his effective command and gave Mithridates the breathing room he needed to return to Pontus and rebuild his forces. The treatment of Lucullus by his contemporaries and by the subsequent historical tradition is one of Roman history's great injustices. A commander who came within a campaign season of total victory, whose operational achievements were extraordinary, who was undone not by any military failure, but by the intersection of his soldiers' war weariness and his domestic political enemies' machinations, and who retired from command in circumstances of personal humiliation that subsequent generations recognized as unjust without being able or willing to do anything about it. He retreated into the magnificent private luxury for which he is most remembered today. The Lucullan gardens on the Pincian Hill in Rome, the banquets that became the byword for extravagance, and watched from there as Pompey received the credit for finishing the job that Lucullus had largely done. Pompey the Great, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, received the extraordinary Lex Manilia command of 66 BCE, which gave him virtually unlimited authority over Roman forces throughout the eastern Mediterranean as the beneficiary of a political campaign that his supporters had run with considerable skill, portraying the Mithridatic War as an ongoing emergency that required the extraordinary concentration of resources and authority that only Pompey's unique reputation and proven talent could justify. He was, by 66 BCE, genuinely the most famous Roman military commander alive. His defeat of the Mediterranean pirates in a brilliant 3-month campaign in 67 BCE had made him enormously popular across the Roman world, since the pirates had been strangling the grain supply to Rome, and their defeat was felt as an immediate material benefit by the Roman population. He arrived in the East in 66 BCE with fresh legions, enormous logistical resources, and the authority to conclude the war on whatever terms he judged necessary. A concentration of military and diplomatic power in a single individual that was, by Roman standards, deeply irregular, and that Pompey's critics rightly identified as a step toward the kind of personal military monarchy that Rome's republican traditions were designed to prevent. His defeat of Mithridates in 66 BCE, the night battle near the Euphrates that ended the Pontic king's last serious military resistance, was efficiently executed, but was substantially easier than what Lucullus had faced, precisely because Lucullus had already reduced Mithridates to a fraction of his former power. Pompey finished the war with speed and comprehensiveness, but the achievement was built on Lucullus's foundation and the triumphalism with which Pompey celebrated his Eastern victories, including a magnificent triumph in Rome in 61 BCE that displayed hundreds of captives and mountains of treasure, and celebrated the submission of 22 kingdoms, was proportional to the political credit he wanted to claim rather than to the military difficulty he had actually faced. The political consequences of Pompey's Mithridatic command were enormous and ultimately catastrophic for the Republic. The concentration of military authority in a single commander, the enormous wealth that Eastern conquest brought to Pompey personally and to his political clients, and the political debts that the Roman Senate incurred to Pompey through the extraordinary commands it granted him, all contributed to the destabilization of the Republican balance of power that would, within 2 decades, produce the alliance between Pompey, Caesar, and Crassus that we call the First Triumvirate. Then the civil war between Pompey and Caesar. Then Caesar's dictatorship. Then his assassination. Then the chaos of the Second Triumvirate. And finally, the Principate of Augustus. The constitutional monarchy that preserved the forms of the Republic while emptying them of their content. In this extraordinary sense, Mithridates' resistance to Rome, though it failed militarily, helped generate the political conditions for the transformation of the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire. A transformation that fundamentally changed the nature of Rome, and thereby fundamentally changed the nature of Western civilization. The poisoned king lost his war, lost his kingdom, and lost his life. But in losing, he helped bring down the political system of his conquerors. If he had known, the irony would almost certainly have pleased him. One of the most extraordinary claims made about Mithridates VI in ancient sources is the claim that he spoke 22 languages, a number that appears in multiple ancient sources with sufficient consistency that it cannot be dismissed as pure invention, even if the precise number may have been inflated by the admiration and mystification that surrounded the king's memory. Justin II, or 3rd century CE epitomizer of the Augustan era historian Pompeius Trogus, states explicitly that Mithridates was so gifted that he could speak the languages of all the 22 nations over whom he held dominion without an interpreter. Valerius Maximus, writing in the early 1st century CE, makes a similar claim. The historian Appian, whose Mithridatica is the most detailed ancient source for the Mithridatic Wars, describes his linguistic abilities as legendary throughout the ancient world. What are we to make of this claim? And what does it tell us about the man and his world? The first thing to note is that multilingualism of a high order was, in the Hellenistic and early Roman imperial world, rather less remarkable than it might appear to modern Western readers, accustomed to the extraordinary monolingualism of Anglophone culture. The Eastern Mediterranean world of the 1st and 2nd centuries BCE was a genuinely multilingual environment in which educated people routinely operated in several languages. Greek as the lingua franca of the educated class across the entire Eastern Mediterranean and Western Asia, Latin for dealings with Rome and Roman institutions, and various regional languages depending on one's geographic position and administrative responsibilities. A monarch ruling a territory as diverse as Mithridates' Pontic kingdom, encompassing Greek-speaking cities on the coast, Persian heritage communities in the interior, various Anatolian populations speaking indigenous languages, Scythian and Sarmatian communities on the northern Black Sea coast, Armenian communities on the eastern frontier, would have had both strong practical incentives and excellent opportunities to develop multilingual competence, and the royal administration of a multilingual state genuinely required at least some direct communication in multiple languages for intelligence and administrative purposes. The ancient tradition that Mithridates could communicate directly with representatives of all his subject peoples without an interpreter would have been practically useful as well as impressive. It removed the security vulnerability of relying on interpreters who might themselves be agents of enemies, and it allowed the king to project a personal connection to each community in his diverse realm that was politically invaluable. Modern linguists and historians have made some attempts to evaluate the claim of 22 languages against what is known about the linguistic landscape of the Pontic and surrounding regions in the 1st century BCE. The languages that a ruler of Mithridates' territories would plausibly have needed include Greek, the administrative language of the kingdom, and the lingua franca of his educated court, Latin, for dealings with Rome, Persian, the ancestral language of his dynasty, Aramaic, the lingua franca of the Near East from the Persian period onward, several Anatolian languages, including the indigenous languages of Pontus, Cappadocia, and Bithynia, Scythian and Sarmatian, the Iranian languages of the northern Black Sea steppe peoples, Armenian, various languages of the Caucasus, possibly some form of the languages spoken by the Pontic mountain communities. Working through this list, it is not difficult to reach a total in the range of 15 to 20 languages without stretching credibility beyond reasonable limits. And the ancient tradition's figure of 22, while it may be a round number approximating a reality rather than a precise count, does not require us to posit superhuman linguistic ability, merely extraordinary linguistic aptitude, extraordinary exposure opportunity, and extraordinary motivation, all of which Mithridates clearly possessed in abundance. The claim of 22 languages, evaluated against the linguistic landscape of his world, is not implausible. It is remarkable, but it is within the range of the humanly possible, and the consistent ancient tradition on this point suggests that Mithridates' linguistic abilities were indeed recognized as exceptional even by contemporaries who had reason to be skeptical of royal self-promotion. The political use that Mithridates made of his linguistic abilities is perhaps more interesting than the raw ability itself. In a world where most rulers communicated with their diverse subjects through intermediaries, the image of a king who could speak directly to each community in their own language was an enormously powerful political asset. Ancient sources describe Mithridates addressing Greek city assemblies in Greek, giving commands to Scythian cavalry commanders in Scythian, negotiating with Armenian nobles in Persian or Armenian, and conducting his most private intellectual conversations in Greek, the language of philosophy and high culture that he had absorbed most thoroughly and used most freely. Each of these linguistic performances was simultaneously an act of political communication. It said to each community, "This king sees you knows your language, understands your world, is not merely a foreign conqueror imposing himself on you, but a king of all peoples who belongs, in some meaningful sense, to all of you. This political use of linguistic diversity as a tool of inclusive royal identity was not new. The Achaemenid Persian kings had also practiced it, maintaining their empires' diversity partly through the deliberate cultivation of multilingual administration and through the explicit policy of allowing subject peoples to use their own languages in official contexts. But Mithridates' personal multilingualism gave it a quality of immediacy and intimacy that administrative policy alone could not produce. He was not merely a king whose bureaucracy spoke multiple languages. He was a king who himself spoke to you in your language directly. The combination of this linguistic accessibility with his genuine intellectual interests, his pharmacological research, his philosophical conversations, his literary patronage, created a royal persona of unusual appeal and depth. A king who was simultaneously the most powerful man in the Eastern Mediterranean and a genuine intellectual, genuinely curious about the world and the people in it. This persona was, in substantial part, a construction. Every aspect of Mithridates' public presentation was calculated for political effect. But like the best political constructions, it was built on a genuine foundation, and the genuine qualities were real enough that the construction was both convincing and compelling. The 22 languages of Mithridates are, in the end, a metaphor as well as a biographical fact. They speak to the quality that most fundamentally defined him, the quality of comprehensiveness, of the refusal to accept that any domain of knowledge or any dimension of political power was beyond his reach, of the conviction that the fully prepared man could engage with any challenge in any language and on any ground. He wanted to know everything because he was afraid of everything he did not know. He wanted to speak every language because every language he did not speak was a potential source of dangerous information he could not access. He wanted to be immune to every poison because every substance he had not tested was a potential instrument of his death. The completeness of his preparations, linguistic, pharmacological, military, diplomatic, was the expression of a single underlying psychological need, the need to be invulnerable, to be beyond the reach of the world's capacity to destroy him. And the tragic paradox of his story is that the very completeness of his preparations made him less capable of surviving, not more, because invulnerability, pursued to its logical extreme, is simply another form of imprisonment. And the man who can be killed by nothing except the sword of a trusted soldier on the battlements of his last fortress in the dark has not really solved the problem of mortality. He has merely changed its address. Any comprehensive account of Mithridates and his world must reckon with the women who shaped it, figures who appear in the ancient sources with varying degrees of clarity, and whose agency and significance the historical tradition has consistently underestimated. The role of women in the Mithridatid court was complex and consequential, and understanding it illuminates aspects of both the king's psychology and the pharmacological obsession that drove him in ways that a purely military or political account cannot reach. The first and perhaps most important woman in Mithridates' story is his mother, Laodice, a woman about whom we know relatively little in biographical detail, but whose significance in his formation was enormous. Laodice was herself a member of the Mithridatid dynasty. She was both the wife and the niece of Mithridates VI, a kinship marriage pattern that was standard in Hellenistic royal families, but that created psychological dynamics of considerable complexity. After the assassination of her husband in 120 BCE, Laodice became regent for her two young sons, and apparently moved swiftly to consolidate her own power in ways that threatened the older son's position. Ancient sources differ on exactly what she did. Some say she explicitly favored the younger son. Some suggest she was complicit in assassination plots against Mithridates. Some describe her simply as having failed to protect him adequately against court conspiracies. But the emotional truth of the sources is consistent. The young Mithridates experienced his mother's regency as threatening rather than protective, as an environment in which the person who should have been most committed to his survival was instead a source of danger. When he returned from his mountain exile and seized power, one of his first acts was to imprison his mother. She apparently died in prison, though the exact circumstances are unknown. He never speaks of her in the surviving ancient record with any sign of affection or grief. The woman who should have been his first and most fundamental source of security had been, in his experience, a source of danger, and the impact of this fundamental betrayal of the most basic possible relationship between a child and a parent cannot be underestimated in understanding the psychological foundations of the paranoid hypervigilance that would define the rest of his life. A child who cannot trust his mother cannot easily trust anyone, and the adult Mithridates' pattern of extreme suspicion, of trusting no one completely, of maintaining constant surveillance of the people around him, of building elaborate defensive systems against every conceivable source of harm, has its roots in this earliest and most foundational experience of betrayal. The women of Mithridates' own household, his wives, his concubines, his daughters, were also actors in a story that is considerably more complex than the ancient sources. Focused on military and political history, generally portray Mithridates maintained several wives simultaneously. In the Persian tradition of royal polygamy that he maintained alongside his Greek cultural persona with characteristic ease, his principal wives, who appear in the ancient sources, include Laodice, his first wife, and also a relative. The practice of keeping such names in the family complicates the historical record considerably, and Monaim, a Greek Greek woman from Miletus, whom he reportedly loved with an intensity unusual for a king of his era, and with whom he went through a formal marriage ceremony in the Greek style, rather than simply incorporating her into his royal household. Mannheim's story is one of the ancient world's most striking vignettes of female dignity in circumstances of extreme helplessness. When Mithridates' defeat in the First Mithridatic War forced him to flee Pontus, he sent orders to his wives and concubines to kill themselves rather than fall into Roman hands. Most complied. Mannheim reportedly refused the poison that was sent to her, saying that it was not fitting for a woman who had been queen to die as a prisoner's wife, and attempted instead to hang herself with the royal diadem. The ceremonial headband that was the symbol of Hellenistic royal authority. The cord broke. She finally accepted death by poison, but the gesture of using the diadem as a noose, the deliberate choice of that particular object, that particular symbol of the royal dignity she was refusing to renounce, even in death, is one of antiquity's most powerful and most underappreciated statements about the relationship between personal dignity and political power. Mannheim, in that moment, was asserting that her royal identity was not given to her by her husband and could not be taken away by his enemies. It was hers, and she would dispose of it on her own terms. The gesture failed technically, but succeeded entirely as a statement, and it was remembered in the ancient tradition with the admiration it deserved. Mithridates' daughters appear in the ancient sources primarily as political instruments, given in diplomatic marriage to seal alliances, sent to the courts of neighboring kings as tokens of good faith. But at least one of them, unnamed in the surviving sources, chose to die with her father in the final scene at Panticapium, rather than survive his defeat. The ancient tradition notes her death alongside that of another of his daughters, who also took poison, and the simplicity with which the sources report these deaths. Two women who chose death over capture, and who received the poison that would not work for their father, is quietly devastating. They died in minutes. He did not. The pharmacological immune system that protected him killed them first, or rather, failed to protect them in the way it protected him. And the final scene at Panticapium has in it this additional layer of horror: a father who could not die, surrounded by daughters who could and did, waiting on the battlements for Bituitus, and his sword in a silence that the ancient sources, with their characteristic brevity in moments of genuine emotional extremity, do not attempt to fill. The women of Mithridates' world are, in the end, the clearest mirrors of the man himself. They show us, reflected in their stories, the dimensions of his character that the military and political narrative does not directly illuminate: the capacity for genuine attachment, the brutal ruthlessness, the paranoia, the dignity, and the terrible isolation that was the inevitable consequence of a life organized around the impossible goal of absolute self-protection. The afterlife of Mithridates in Western art literature, and cultural memory, is one of the richest and most varied in the entire catalog of ancient historical figures, and tracing it illuminates both the enduring power of his story and the shifting cultural concerns that each era brought to its engagement with him. He has been, at different times and in different cultural contexts, a symbol of Eastern barbarism, a hero of anti-imperial resistance, a cautionary tale about the madness of absolute power, a prototype of the Renaissance prince, a scientific pioneer, and a figure of romantic tragedy. And each of these readings, while it captures some aspect of the historical reality, also reveals something about the concerns and anxieties of the culture doing the reading. The earliest literary engagement with Mithridates after his death comes from the Roman poets of the Augustan period, writing in the decades immediately following the conclusion of the Mithridatic Wars and the transformation of the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire under Augustus. These poets, Virgil, Horace, Propertius, Ovid, were writing in the aftermath of a century of civil war and political upheaval that had been directly connected to the dynamics of Eastern conquest and the enormous wealth and political power that Eastern commands had generated. And Mithridates appears in their work as part of a complex meditation on the nature of Roman imperial power and its costs. Horace's famous ode, addressed to the wine that was kept in the consulship of Torquatus, celebrating the pleasures of drinking in company before the inevitable death, contains a passage that uses Mithridates' poison immunity as a metaphor for the kind of extreme self-protective behavior that ultimately fails. A man who has made himself so thoroughly armored against the world that he has closed off his own capacity for pleasure, for connection, for the ordinary satisfactions of human life. This reading of Mithridates as a man whose excessive self-protection became a form of self-imprisonment is one of the most sophisticated ancient engagements with the psychological dimensions of his story, and it anticipates the much later tradition of interpreting him as a figure of tragic hubris. The man who overreached not in the direction of conquest, but in the direction of invulnerability, who was destroyed not by an external enemy, but by the excess of his own defense mechanisms. The Renaissance engaged with Mithridates primarily through the lens of the princely tradition. The political philosophy associated with Machiavelli and his contemporaries that was concerned with the practical realities of power, with the mechanisms of political survival, and with the qualities of mind and character that distinguished successful rulers from failed ones. In this context, Mithridates appeared as a case study in strategic intelligence, in the capacity to prepare for adversity while appearing to others to be at rest, in the combination of genuine intellectual cultivation with ruthless practical effectiveness that the Renaissance political theorists identified as the defining qualities of the successful prince. Montaigne's engagement with Mithridates, already mentioned above, is perhaps the most sophisticated of the Renaissance treatments. He saw in the king not merely a strategic model, but a philosophical one, a man whose systematic self-knowledge, through self-experimentation, pointed toward the kind of deep personal inquiry that Montaigne himself practiced in his essays. The connection that Montaigne drew between Mithridates' pharmacological self-study and the broader project of understanding the self through close empirical attention was a genuine intellectual insight, not merely a literary conceit, and it contributed to the enduring significance of the Mithridates story in the history of ideas about self-knowledge and self-experimentation. The operatic tradition's engagement with Mithridates produced what is perhaps the most globally famous artwork inspired by the Pontic king. Mozart's opera Mithridate, Re di Ponto, composed in 1770, when Mozart was 14 years old, and performed in Milan to considerable success. The libretto, based on a text by Vittorio Aimdio Signosanti, that was itself derived from Racine's tragedy Mithridate, focuses on the domestic drama of the Mithridatic court, the rivalry between Mithridates and his sons Cipher and Pharnus for the love of the Princess Aspasia, and uses this domestic conflict as a vehicle for exploring themes of jealousy, honor, filial loyalty, and the corrupting effects of absolute power. The opera is not a historical document and does not pretend to be. The libretto's Mithridates is more a figure of Baroque absolutist monarchy than an attempt at historical accuracy. But the choice of subject matter speaks to the enduring fascination that Mithridates exercised on the Western imagination, his name carrying enough cultural weight that a 14-year-old musical prodigy could use it as the vehicle for a major public work, and expect his audience to recognize the reference. Mozart's opera has been revived repeatedly in the 20th and 21st centuries, and is now recognized as a significant work in his early output, a demonstration that the Mithridates legend can be musically transformed without losing its essential dramatic power, that the story of the Poison King contains within it genuine operatic material, the clash of duty and passion, the corrupting effects of extreme power, the tragedy of a man who could defend himself against every external threat, but not against his own nature. The A.E. Housman poem already cited, Terence, "This is stupid stuff," from a Shropshire lad, published in 1896, deserves further attention as one of the most concise and penetrating literary engagements with the Mithridates story. Housman uses the figure of the Poison King to make a philosophical argument about the role of literature in human life, just as Mithridates made himself immune to poison by taking small doses regularly. So the reader who takes regular doses of melancholy and dark subject matter in literature is better prepared to face the genuine misfortunes of life than the reader who insists on cheerful and comfortable reading. The literary application of the hormetic principle, the idea that regular small dose exposure to difficult material creates resilience, rather than depression, is a genuine intellectual insight about the psychological function of tragic literature. And Houseman articulates it with the compressed, luminous economy that characterizes his best work. The poem ends with its famous last lines about Mithridates dying old, an inaccuracy that Houseman surely knew was inaccurate, since the death by sword was well documented in the ancient sources. But that serves his philosophical purpose, the suggestion that Mithridates' tolerance program had, in some sense, given him a longer and more resilient life than he would otherwise have had. That the story ends not in tragic irony, but in the wry, pragmatic triumph of a man who had outfitted himself for survival and had, at least in some dimensions, succeeded. The ambiguity is deliberate and beautiful. Houseman's Mithridates is simultaneously the historical king who died by a guard's sword and the literary figure of the man who made himself difficult to kill. And the final image holds both meanings in suspension, suggesting that the truth of his story is more complex than either a straightforward celebration or a straightforward ironic reading can capture. The 21st century's engagement with Mithridates has been substantially shaped by popular science writing and podcasting culture, which has discovered in him the perfect subject for a particular kind of narrative, the brilliant, complex, morally ambiguous historical figure whose story illuminates something important and surprising about how the human mind and body work. Books including Adrian Mayer's The Poison King, 2009, one of the finest popular history treatments of any ancient figure in recent decades, have brought the Mithridates story to new audiences who encounter it not as a chapter in the history of Rome's eastern expansion, but as a story about scientific creativity, pharmacological innovation, and the psychology of survival under extreme threat. Mayer's treatment is particularly valuable for its engagement with the actual pharmacological content of Mithridates' program. Its attempt to evaluate, with genuine scientific rigor, what the ancient sources claim about the Mithridatium against what modern toxicology can verify or refute. Her conclusion that the core of the Mithridatic program was based on genuine empirical observation of real pharmacological phenomena, and that the ancient tradition's claims about Mithridates' poison tolerance are pharmacologically plausible rather than merely legendary, represents the most serious scholarly engagement with this dimension of the story, and has substantially shaped the subsequent popular understanding of Mithridates as a scientific pioneer, as well as a military and political figure. It is through this kind of popular scientific engagement that the Mithridates story is finding its 21st century audience. People who are interested not just in the military and political history of the ancient world, but in the history of science and medicine, in the psychology of survival and paranoia, in the intersection of brilliant intellect with deeply dysfunctional emotional life, and in the eternal human question of whether it is possible to make oneself truly safe in an unsafe world? The answer that Mithridates' life provides to that question is definitive and devastating. No, you cannot. The best you can do is change the nature of your vulnerability, and that change, pursued to its logical extreme, may be more dangerous than the vulnerability you started with. The story of Mithridates VI of Pontus, the king who drank poison and built an empire and lost it, and came back and lost it again, who was betrayed by his own blood and failed to die by his own hand, who shaped Western medicine and helped bring down the Roman Republic, and whose name is still cited in scientific papers 22 centuries after his death. That story is still unfinished, still being argued over by scholars and scientists, and the descendants of the people whose world he inhabited, still generating new meanings, as the Black Sea coast, where he built his kingdom, continues to be contested by the same forces of empire and resistance and cultural survival that shaped his own extraordinary and terrible life. And somewhere on the gray northern Anatolian shore, in the salt air above the harbor of ancient Sinope, the question he spent his life trying to answer, whether any human being can make themselves truly invulnerable to the world that wants to destroy them, remains open, as it always has been, as it probably always will be. The military dimension of Mithridates' genius that receives the least attention in popular historical accounts is perhaps the most strategically significant. His systematic cultivation of alliances with the nomadic peoples of the Pontic Caspian steppe, the vast grassland corridor north of the Black Sea that stretched from the Danube to the Volga and beyond, and his successful integration of the steppe military tradition into his own combined arms strategy. This was not a peripheral dimension of his military power. It was fundamental to it. Without the Scythian and Sarmatian cavalry that his northern Black Sea campaigns had made available to him, Mithridates would not have had the numerical or strategic depth to challenge Rome for 3 decades. Understanding how he built this alliance and what it contributed to his military effectiveness requires understanding the world of the Pontic steppe in some detail. A world that most histories of the ancient Mediterranean barely acknowledge, despite its enormous strategic significance to everything that happened on the Mediterranean's eastern fringe. The Scythians, who had dominated the Pontic steppe from roughly the 7th to the 3rd centuries BCE, were a confederation of Iranian-speaking nomadic peoples, whose homeland was the great grassland north of the Black Sea. At their height, Scythian power extended from the Danube in the west to beyond the Don in the east, and the Scythian warrior culture, based on the horse, the composite bow, and the extraordinary mobility that only a fully nomadic society could achieve, had produced military capabilities that terrified every sedentary civilization in their vicinity. The Persian Empire had attempted to conquer the Scythians in a famous campaign by Darius I around 513 BCE, and had been comprehensively humiliated. The Scythians simply refused battle, retreating into the vast steppe interior, and Darius' enormous army found itself chasing shadows through a landscape that offered no decisive engagement and steadily consumed his supplies. The Greeks had encountered the Scythians as both trading partners and military threats since the establishment of the first Black Sea colonies, and the Greek settlements of the northern Black Sea coast had developed the complex relationship of mutual dependency and mutual wariness with the steppe peoples that characterized their shared existence for centuries. By the time of Mithridates, the Scythians proper had been substantially displaced by the related but distinct Sarmatians, also Iranian-speaking, also nomadic, also organized around the horse and the bow, who had moved westward from the Ural region over the preceding centuries and now dominated much of the steppe between the Don and the Danube. Both Scythians and Sarmatians were available as potential allies or enemies, depending on who made the better offer and who demonstrated the most credible military authority. Mithridates made his northern Black Sea campaign of approximately 110 to 100 BCE, not merely a military conquest, but a comprehensive diplomatic engagement with the steppe world, and his success was built on several specific qualities that made him exceptionally effective in this particular diplomatic context. He spoke Scythian and Sarmatian. Those are among the 22 languages, which allowed him to engage with steppe leaders directly and to demonstrate in the most convincing possible way that he regarded their culture as worthy of direct royal engagement rather than merely instrumental exploitation. He understood the gift-giving protocols that governed diplomatic relationships in nomadic societies, and he was generous in his distribution of prestige goods, weapons, gold ornaments, fine textiles, horses, in ways that established him as a powerful and reliable patron within the gift exchange framework that structured steppe political relationships. He respected the military traditions of the steppe peoples, incorporating their cavalry tactics into his own military planning, rather than trying to use them as mere auxiliary forces subordinated to Greek or Persian infantry doctrine. And he demonstrated in his northern campaigns both military effectiveness and what the steppe tradition recognized as the essential quality of a legitimate war leader: personal bravery, physical endurance, and the willingness to share the hardships of campaign with his soldiers rather than directing from a safe distance. Ancient sources describe Mithridates as an exceptionally physically powerful man, capable of traveling enormous distances on horseback without rest, enduring cold and hunger that felled lesser men, participating personally in the hunts that were, in both the Persian royal and the steppe warrior traditions, the training ground for battle and the proving ground for masculine virtue. These physical qualities were not incidental to his political success with the steppe peoples. They were central to it, because in the steppe political culture, The authority of a leader was legitimized partly by demonstrated personal qualities of endurance and courage that abstract political authority, the kind that comes from descent and institution, could not by itself provide. The Scythian and Sarmatian cavalry that Mithridates incorporated into his armies was, by the 1st century BCE, among the most effective mobile military force in the ancient world. The Sarmatian heavy cavalry, in particular, armored riders on armored horses, wielding long lances in a style that would later be adopted and transformed by the cataphract cavalry of Parthia, and then by the Byzantine and medieval Western heavy cavalry tradition, represented a military technology that Greek and Roman infantry formations found extremely difficult to deal with in open ground. The speed, the shock effect, and the strategic mobility of these forces were qualitatively different from anything Rome had encountered in the Western Mediterranean theater. And Mithridates' integration of steppe cavalry with his reformed Greek-Persian infantry created a combined arms capability that, in the right terrain, could genuinely threaten Roman legions. The Battle of Chaeronea in 86 BCE, where Sulla's forces defeated a Pontic army, was not a demonstration of the weakness of Mithridates' military system. It was a demonstration of what happened when that system was deployed by commanders less talented than Mithridates himself, in conditions that favored Roman infantry discipline. The battles where Mithridates personally commanded, and where the terrain allowed his cavalry forces to operate freely, were considerably more evenly matched, and Roman commanders learned to seek the kind of confined terrain that reduced the effectiveness of his cavalry, precisely because, in open ground, his combined forces were genuinely formidable. The military legacy of the Mithridatic Wars, from Rome's perspective, was partly the development of better strategies for dealing with combined arms Eastern forces, lessons that Roman commanders would apply in subsequent Eastern campaigns, including the long wars against Parthia, in ways that suggest the Mithridatic experience had been thoroughly absorbed into Roman military thinking. The relationship between Mithridates and the steppe peoples also illuminates one of the most important and least discussed dimensions of his political vision: his understanding of the Pontic world as a genuinely Eurasian space, connecting the Mediterranean commercial civilization to the vast interior of the Eurasian continent through the Black Sea corridor. The Black Sea trade that the Mithridatic kingdom depended on economically was not merely a regional exchange system. It was part of the ancient Silk Road network, the web of trade routes that connected China to Rome through the Central Asian steppes and the Pontic corridor, carrying silk, spices, precious metals, amber, slaves, and hundreds of other commodities through a series of intermediary exchange points, of which the Black Sea ports were among the most important in the western portion of the network. Mithridates' control of the northern Black Sea coast gave him a strategic position at one of the key nodes of this network, and his relationships with the steppe peoples gave him access to and influence over the trade routes that ran north and east from the Black Sea into the interior of Eurasia. The economic power this represented was substantial. The luxury goods trade alone, at the markups typical of long-distance ancient commerce, generated revenues that could sustain substantial military establishments. And it gave the Mithridatic kingdom a diversified economic base that made it more resilient under Roman pressure than a purely agricultural or coastal commercial economy would have been. This economic geography was not fully appreciated by Rome until the Mithridatic Wars had demonstrated its strategic significance, and the Roman settlement of the eastern Mediterranean after 63 BCE included specific measures to control and redirect the Black Sea trade flows that had previously enriched the Mithridatic kingdom. A recognition in the architecture of Roman imperial policy that Mithridates had been right about the strategic importance of the Black Sea world, even as Rome systematically dismantled the power structure he had built to exploit it. The echo of this strategic logic reverberates across 22 centuries to the present day. The Black Sea in the third decade of the 21st century is again a contested space. Its shores and its sea lanes and the rivers that flow into it from the Ukrainian steppe are again the subject of military conflict between a major power, asserting its claim to control the region, and smaller states asserting their right to independence from that claim. The specific historical circumstances are entirely different. The actors are entirely different. The political and moral frameworks are entirely different, and yet the geography is the same. The strategic logic is the same, and the fundamental question: who controls the Black Sea? And what does that control mean for the balance of power in Eurasia? Is the same question that Mithridates answered for a generation, and that Rome answered definitively by destroying his kingdom, and that has been asked and answered in different ways by every power that has dominated the region in the 2 millennia since. Geography does not change. Strategic logic does not change. And the Black Sea, ancient and patient and indifferent to the human struggles conducted on its shores, goes on asking the same questions and waiting for the next ambitious king or empire or nation to come up with an answer that finally sticks. The story of the man who drank poison every morning is ultimately the story of this geography, of a piece of the world where east meets west and south meets north, where the Mediterranean world ends and the Eurasian steppe world begins, where the Greek and Persian and Scythian and Roman and Turkish and Russian cultural traditions have collided and mixed and fought for 3,000 years without any of them ever definitively winning. Mithridates, the Persian king who spoke Greek and commanded Scythian cavalry and fought Rome to a 3-decade standstill, was the most perfect expression of this geography that history has produced. A man who contained all of its contradictions within himself, who was destroyed by those contradictions, but who also embodied them with an energy and completeness that made him, in the end, something more than merely a historical figure. He was a symbol. He was a pattern. He was the Black Sea itself, made briefly and magnificently human, tempestuous, beautiful, dangerous, and ultimately uncontrollable, and the story of what the world made of him, and what he made of the world, is still not finished. It is still being written, one morning at a time, on the shores of the ancient sea that gave him his kingdom and witnessed his fall, while somewhere in a toxicology laboratory, someone types his name into a scientific paper, and somewhere in a northern Greek village, someone plays the Pontic lyra, and somewhere in a museum in Turkey, an archaeologist brushes the earth from a coin that bears his portrait, and the ancient, impossible face looks up from the ground with those fierce eyes, still asking, still challenging, still refusing to accept that the story is over. Original characters, 0 chunks created, 12.